Hello everyone, welcome to today's video. In today's video, I'm so much excited. We did self-hosting a Next.js application on a VPS, guys. We bought a VPS on DigitalOcean, installed Coolify. We did everything from the beginning to the end. And I want to go and show you what we managed to do at the end of this tutorial. This tutorial is so much advanced. There is no any other tutorial on this channel that I've done that is so much advanced to this level, because we are doing things like SSH, getting into server. So we started by actually buying our own droplet on DigitalOcean. Okay, we have a droplet, and by the way, this droplet, it will be charged at the end of the month. They haven't charged me anything, by the way, so you can just like really start for free. So we bought our droplet and we did a lot of configuration on this droplet. We did everything. After buying it, we used the SSH to get into it. We look into the details of SSH. As you can see here, we have a lot of terminal that we have done really in this. This was really advanced. Look at this. Look at this. We did get into the SSH, we went into the root, we installed all the necessary dependencies like Coolify on this. We installed Coolify on our VPS. Okay, after installing all that, okay, we just now started the actual settings. So you can see that if you see, I have here a domain that I bought on this. We went ahead and did the configuration of adding your own domain. So you can see I have a domain here that I bought on Spaceship, and we went ahead and configured this with our own IP address that we actually bought on our on the VPS. we configured it so that our Coolify can run on it. So you can see now here on the dashboard, okay, we have one project, okay, and of course our one server. And if you look at the project, this is the project that we did last time, the idea manager pro. So this is the app that I connected. So we looked at all the things. Okay, if I just show you right now, this is the app that is currently deployed. If I just like do this, you can see this is the idea, and this is ideapro.jbwebdeveloper.com. I can just go here and go ahead and log in. Okay, so everything is interconnected. You can see this is working, and this is deployed on our VPS, guys. So the most interesting parts of this tutorial are we have of course a full documentation of a step by step, okay, setting up everything, whether you are using Hetzner. So I tried using Hetzner. I was not verified, but I managed to use DigitalOcean. For if you manage to use Hetzner or anything, this documentation covers step by step. It holds everything up to even setting up firewalls that we did. Okay, so it was a lot of things that we covered in this, but the most coolest parts of all time is that after we reached on GitHub integration, okay, after reaching on the GitHub integration, everything according to the Coolify documentation does not work. Okay, you can see that I had to stop the video and go in the Coolify servers, and this is a Discord server for the Coolify, and these guys, they had this problem here, okay, that they haven't fixed it, but we actually fixed it. Oh my god, we fixed this problem on our own, this one. So we created our own GitHub application. After creating the GitHub app, we connected it to our Coolify account via the sources here. Okay, you can see we first tried the automatic ones. All these is according to the Coolify documentation. You're supposed to create the Coolify app automatically. We did that and it was not working. Apparently there is a problem with GitHub, and we had to create our own application, and we did our own configuration to configure all these all these things on our own. Okay, I showed you in the video how to get everything on here. If there is any video that is so advanced, this is the one that I ever done that is so much advanced, and I love that we did everything with you step by step. Okay, so finally we have our app. If I just go here and I make changes to our app to show you that this works, so if I just go here and I just say updated intro, just like this, I go here, I make changes, maybe let me just say here demo, just like this, updated the logo, demo, push. Now this is going to go ahead and trigger our webhook. This webhook, we actually created it our own here. So you can see we have the webhook down here. We created this webhook on our own, okay, because this is supposed to be apparently working automatically, which was not working. So we had to create this on our own. So this goes and triggers a deployment. So if I go to projects, I go to this, and now I just go to these applications, and I just go to deployments. Okay, you will see that there is a deployment that is in progress, and the commit is here, and this is updated the logo demo, and this is coming from our webhook. So we did all the configurations, and finally everything is working. We managed also to create firewalls on. So if you just go here under networking, you see that we actually managed to create our own firewalls. So you can say I created this firewall, and we set the inbound rules and the outbound rules. Okay, so this was really good. And the last thing that we did was covering these concepts in details. We look at things like IPv4, IPv6. What do they mean? We go into details of servers. We look at we talk about networking basics. You can see the concepts that I outlined them here. We also, by the way, deployed the same application on Vercel. This is what we started with. We started with what we know, Vercel hosting. We broke down what Vercel hosting does and what VPS does. So you can just say here we looked about the VPS, deployment on VPS, and we talked about all these things. I also talked about SSH. So this one is the SSH. We talked about how SSH works in details. Things like, for instance, generating the public key and the private key, and how it sends the private key to the remote, and the remote generates a random test to the client. We looked at the SSH in details, how it creates the secure session. Then we went ahead and we created our own webhook, and we configured everything, and everything is working. Guys, this is so cool. So I will also put this on Next.js Academy. Okay, this course is also going to be put on the Next.js Academy. Okay, Next.js Academy. Why? I'm not just going to Next.js Academy. I will also put this course on Next.js Academy. So if you don't want to see the ones with ads, the video which has no ads on YouTube, you can just go to Next.js Academy and you will find this course that is going to be there. So thank you so much. Let's get started and dive in. Hello, welcome to today's video. So today is our day 2, and we are going to look at self-hosting. And I'm so much excited as we are just like navigating through this challenge. So yesterday we were building our application while we built the building a simple project idea management system. So we looked at this. Okay, we built the system. So actually in that application that we built, I have just added in some few features and cleaning it out, and also removing all other errors. So I added in a backend search. This is not a client-side search. I'm just going to show you in a second. But right now you can search something like YouTube. So you can just say YouTube and go ahead and press enter or click search. And this is going to go ahead and return back this. Okay. You can also clear this The same thing you can search here. Let's search, for instance, maintenance or system. Just search the word system here and search by pressing enter. And this goes ahead and searches and gets back this. And this is using actually a backend search. So if you just go, let me first close all these. So if you just go in, for instance, the home layout. So in the home layout now, you will see that I have the search component. So I've added in this category search, and it takes in two things: on search result and on search change. If you look at on search results, it is actually transporting them from the search component and bring them here. Okay. Then the similar thing, we have the on search, which just like only setting to know if we are searching or not. So we have also the search component, as you have seen, the category search. So this is where the magic happens. So when someone actually types in, I just get this active query search. So if you look at this active query search is here, and if you look at set, if you just like search for this, you will see that when we click, and this click just fires on two ways. When we handle press, that is the enter, or you submit. So you have this handle search. So it takes in the query, trims it, and sets the active query to this. And this active query is what we are sending on our query function. Takes in search this and takes in the active search query. And in this, you can see that in our controllers, I've added one controller search. And in this is just doing an API request where categories, and we search it, we pass a search param this. So if you just go to our API now, so in the API, I have categories and I have search. So inside the search, we get down here, we get all the search params, and then we get this param. You see, we actually added it as Q. If you remember very well from our controller here, we added it as Q, and then we just now capture this Q here. Okay, this is the query, and if there's no query, return just empty. And then if there is a query, now we need to search. Okay, first of all, you don't need to search in all categories. You need to search in the categories of this user. That's why we have this user ID here. And then we search the title. As simple as that. And then we go ahead and return the result. So that is it. The same similar concept, I have applied it on this YouTube videos. Now if I can show you quickly, after sending this in the ideas search, so here it is interesting because here we send two things. We need to send, because we are not searching this in everything. We are searching it within this category. Okay, you are not searching this in the whole entire system of your thing. You are searching it within this category here. So if you search this, we need to have a category slug. So you can see we have a query and the category slug, and we get this category here. And this category is important because it is in the category we specify the user ID. Otherwise, if there is this query, if this search was also in this other user, then you might just get a return of that which is not yours. So that category is important because the category we specify the user ID. So this, make sure this category is only for this user ID, and then we get back ideas by this category ID, and that's what we are searching in that. Okay, yeah, so that is the two functionalities. Then the second thing, since we have ESLint, now when you are going to deploy self-host this on servers, it is very important you don't have actually errors. It is going to be my first time to deploy a Next.js application on a VPS, so I don't know how it is going to go, but I'm just interested to see how we're going to navigate everything, two of us, and try to understand and using everything I know about servers and everything with you so that we actually deploy this app and it works in production on a VPS. Okay, so what I did also is that I went ahead and debugged. There was a lot of errors I fixed in this. I kept on fixing until I finished everything. And now, after, you can see, after building, we don't have any errors. Okay, so you have two choices. Just get your app and make sure that you go ahead and run pnpm run build and go ahead and fix all the errors. Guys, do not proceed to deployment if you have any errors. In fact, we are going to start with Vercel hosting so that we make sure that we don't have any errors. And I'm also going to explain Vercel in detail today, understand what it's actually doing behind the scene. What we need to do right now is first, I've pushed this on my GitHub, this one, and I'm going to leave a link to this source code here. It is only $10. If you don't want, since you followed the video, those ones, I'm also going to leave the link to the previous video. We are going to be using that video. Let me just go here and click here. So this is the video here. Okay, this is the video here. This one, it has 30 videos, challenge 1. So in this challenge 1, we're going to be using this app. We're going to be reusing it in all other deployments you're going to use. So if you don't want to get this source code, you can still follow this video and get all the things we did in this video. And get the source code. Make sure that you run the build and you have 0 errors before we move on. So to make sure that everything works, I'm just going to first go to Vercel and try to actually host this app. So on Vercel, I shouldn't get any issues as such. Okay, so I'm just going to go here. There is one thing I just need to add in the environmental variables. I'm just going to say env.env. So one thing that I have to add in, if you remember, in our config, so I'm just going to go ahead and I'm just going to check in the config. So if you look in the config, there is one thing here, this API URL. Okay, this one here. So we need to go ahead and set this before we proceed. We might just forget. Next public API. Actually, I need to fix this like this. Next public API URL like this. Yeah, I'm hoping I'm using it fine. Okay. I'm just going to go ahead and get this next public API URL. So I'm just going to go back to the env, and I'm just going to go where we have this beta auth. This beta auth URL, I will paste this. So these two, they will be the same, the beta auth URL and this, and we are going to change these ones in production. I will go ahead and copy everything, and let me go to Vercel. I will research to my account I use for hosting. I will go ahead and domains, projects. I will just go ahead and add this product idea manager. It is here. I'm just going to import it. I'm just going to go ahead and go to environmental variables, and I will paste in everything. So right now you don't need to worry everything. Just simply click on deploy. We'll change later on. So now, as it is deploying, I'm just going to start explaining what Vercel hosting is all about. So I'm just going to put here Vercel hosting. Now, all these hosting providers like Netlify, GitHub Pages, they all use the same concept when it comes to hosting. And there are two simple things that they actually do for us. Now, if you look at what this project is running, to run a project like this one successfully, you need at least you need some few things that you need to have. So of course you need to have let me just say you need to have you need to have a server. Okay, you need to have a server where to run this app. That's why on our local machines we are able, because we're having operating system. So the server, of course, server, we are going to look at the server in details, but you just need the server, and also you need the app. Okay, so you need two things at least. We have our app and we have the server. Now the server is going to provide all the resources we need. Okay, the server will provide. So what we expect from the server, first of all, let me just put a blades under the server. The server should have some RAM. The server has CPU. These are some of the few things you just know that this is a server. It has also the storage. Okay, so these are the things we expect to have a server. And of course it will also have the operating system, OS. That's why we're using Windows, others are using MacBooks and all other things. And these are some of the characteristics of a server. Now on a server you need to have, of course, this server we're going to look at right now. When you're having it at home right now working on it, it is isolated. Okay, it's not connected to any network. Okay, we are going to talk more about it. Of course you have also your app, so you can easily run on it. Now what does Vercel do actually? So Vercel, it actually does two big interesting services that it gives us. So Vercel will provide you, first of all, a free server, and also it will actually work on deployment. Okay, so what is deployment? If you think about what deployment is actually exposing your application, isn't it? So you are exposing your application to be accessible via a link. Okay, via. So deployment, I may just say, is I may just say that this one is actually mapping. This is just like mapping where your website is located, where mapping where your website files are located. So this is actually what hosting is all about. Okay, it compiles, it has to compile. So when you deploy, this has to get to the server. So you need, first of all, to deploy, you need to have a server, and this needs to go ahead and compile and map. Okay, it will compile all your files, and then it will map where these files are located so that someone can access them on an internet or a network. Okay, so what does this mean? That's why after deployment, what we expect is giving here domain. So you get some domain like .vercel.app. Then we are going to give us a domain here. You can see here we have some errors actually. Let's see. Even when we run this is good, first actually get the easy one here, because if you don't even pass on Vercel, you're not able to pass anywhere. So they're saying here app API v1 categories route. They're saying type error C has any type, where we have this map C like this. So let me just go to close everything, close, and let me just go to API v1 categories here. Okay, so this one is giving us the list of categories. So you're saying here where we are mapping, this has any, of which I don't know if that is true, because we have this. Just wanted to know the line. Route categories, route 41. Let's look at 41. Actually, it is this line itself. Okay, so these categories, actually this one is the result, but actually this one is from here. This one. Okay, you could just create this type here so that we are safe with it. So you can just copy this, and you can just say export Okay, export type C, or just going to say C props for now. Now that is really bad naming convention, so I'm just going to say raw category, maybe something like this is equal to this. Okay, so raw category, this is what we are accessing actually when we are mapping. So in here, this one has, you can just give this raw category like this. That's why we are able not to have any issues, because this is mapping exactly to this one. You don't know why that is really a problem, but I'm just going to go ahead and try to push. So let me go ahead and say git add dot and git commit fixed categories and git push. Oh, made a mistake. So git push doesn't have this. Okay, so now you're just going to go to inspect deployment. So this is going to spin up another deployment. If you just go here, this is actually spinning up. So as this is just going up, let's continue here explaining some of these concepts, because you're going to need them very well when we reach the other side. I will of course continue explaining very well. So let's say you get a domain, and the domain, of course, we have these free ones that we get from Vercel. Okay, you get a domain like ideamanager.vercel.app. So what this domain is say https idea manager whatever .com whether .vercel, it doesn't matter. But what the deployment at the end of the day gives you, it gives you the domain. Now if we understand that the domain, this domain here, okay, is actually an address. So this one, a domain, is actually managed by what we call a domain name server, a DNS. So the domains are managed by, let's say, a phone book. There is a registry of all these domains, and what this registry is, the DNS, what it does is just like mapping this, it maps it to the IP address. Let's say 168 dot, it's just like 1992.168.1.1. Let's say this is your server. So this DNS is actually mapping to this IP address of this server on a network. So this server here, the difference between the server that Vercel is going to give you and the server of your machine is that this server is connected actually on a the whole globe, or it is connected on a network. That's why we just need to understand the networking basics here, the way I put here. So behind the scene, Vercel is giving us two things. Remember, it's giving us the server, so it's acting as a server provider in this case, and at the same time is acting as a deployment service. So it is giving us two services: hosting, which is a server, and deployment, which is actually also a service on its own. And then they just give this one. So Vercel Notify, these are the two things it is giving you: server and deployment. Now so as I've said, this server here is different from your own machine or laptop by this one being connected on a network. And being on a network, it means machines on network are identified using IP addresses. So a network, just take it as you have just like a group of computers in one big network, which is just like the whole internet. And then on this internet, we have different machines. You have these IP addresses. Let me copy this and let's paste it here. So you may find that you have, this is the first machine. Let me maybe remove other blocks. Okay, so let's say we have this here. Let me delete this. So this is our first machine. So you find that you have these machines here. I'm just going to go ahead and just like maybe put 2, and I'm just also going to put here like, I'm just going to put here like 3. So assuming that we have 3, this is server 1. So they say this is server 1. Okay, then we have S2, then we have S3, just like this. I'm just going to go ahead and put this here and then this here. Okay, so you have these servers, and these servers, the only way they identify them on a network is using the IP addresses, these IP addresses here. Now, these IP addresses are the ones that servers are identified. The problem is that human beings, we are good at reading human readable text rather than numbers. Now, computers love numbers, but humans hate them. We don't like numbers at all. So you rather remember a friend by a name rather than remembering him by his phone number. I'm very sure some of you, there is no one who knows his friend's phone number in the head. There are very few who can remember their friend's phone numbers, but you can remember their name. You have your friend who is called somewhere, but if they ask you to get these contact off head, you cannot. So these IP addresses are very hard to remember for human beings. So instead of getting google.com by IP address, rather you use google.com, and this is what DNS does. It translates these IP addresses into these readable human beings that this deployment generated. So you can see on deployment, it will have to work with the IP address and map this behind the scene, and they give you this one. Okay, so that is nice. Now, one thing you have to understand, that these IP addresses, let me just, since I'm on IP addresses, let me just talk about IP addresses. IP addresses. So IP addresses, they have a system of generating them. Now, IP addresses, as we have used the example of phone numbers, each country has a way it generates the codes. You will go to Kenya 254, Uganda 256, Rwanda 250, and other places. So there is a system of generating phone numbers. So IP addresses, they have two systems, the old system and the new system. So in this IP address, they had two systems. The first old system is IPv4. So we used to use IPv4. IPv4. So this one used to generate these ones the way I'm seeing here. The example of these ones are these, the old ones. Okay. So this one actually got done. The way you see number plates, like you go ahead and name them, and then you at some point you exhaust them. So this one was holding up to some billions of IP addresses, and they actually ran out of IP addresses. They couldn't generate any more IP addresses using this kind of generating of 1992, 168, and blah blah. They couldn't generate enough. They ran out of these ones, and they introduced a new one, which is IPv6. Okay, so they brought in a new one, which is IPv6. IPv6. So IPv6 now brings in a hard one, like it generates it like ABB, like this, you know, let's say 8E1, then like this. This one generates like not even trillions, like billions of trillions and quintillions. Like this one, it can actually not be exhausted because this one generates a very huge number. So instead of just generating up to this one generates really an unimaginable number. So this one they can't get exhausted, and that is the one. So sometimes you're going to see using IPv4 and IPv6 where they are applicable. They are applicable in a network. How? they are responsible for generating these IP addresses given to the machines on a network. Okay, so I think I understand at this point you have now some few basic concepts of networking and server. We are going to get the deep dive in details because we need to understand very well this whole thing of VPS and everything. Okay, let me just go back here. We still have more errors. Jesus, why? Okay, let's look at the error we have right now. So this one now is in search, category search. Oh my god. So I'm just going to go here. I'll just get this raw category, I think. Just go to search. I think it is the same thing that we have here. So I'm just going to go ahead and assign raw category like this. I don't know if there is any other place that we need categories slag. Let's go inside here and see if we might just need something like that. Okay, I think we are good. Meanwhile, let me just be pushing this as we are checking out other things. So yeah, I think things which are beyond TypeScript. Okay, search. Okay, category. Then we get ideas. Then we return ideas. Okay, I think now we are good. So as to still again deploying, let's continue with some more concepts. So at this point, I understand that you should understand what Vercel offers. Vercel offers two things: the server and the deployment service. Now, I've been talking about the server basics. We talked about the server. Server. So that means there are some companies which are actually providing servers as a service. That is the way you see these big hosting companies, AWS, Hetzner, the one you're going to use today, DigitalOcean, Microsoft Azure, all these ones, they actually they provide these cloud servers. So you can just go ahead and buy a server. So if I'm buying a server, I expect a server to be sold in terms of, for instance, CPU, RAM, storage, okay, and some other things that a server has. There are some even as you have a CPU inside it. You have things like cores and processor. So this determine how fast the CPU is going to be. For instance, the more the cores, the more the speed. So the more the CPU has more cores, the more we have more speed. So this is very important. Then we have RAM. Then we have the storage. So RAM, this is the amount of how much data can you hold in memory at that point. So the more the RAM, the more the speed. Then the storage is not so much. This is for storing static files or media like images, So the most important ones are going to be these ones. Anyways, so that we have a server. Now, if you are deploying on Vercel, you don't have to worry about these two things. But now, when you are going to actually host on your own, you're not going to use Vercel. You need to now think about these two things: the way we are going to get a server and how we are going to actually deploy this app. Now, this is where we now enter the concept of VPS. Now, a VPS, so a server, we have two types. Actually, there are many servers, but the most common ones are going to see server types. Let me put here server types. Like types or examples, I'm not sure. But we have the VPS, and then we have also dedicated servers. Dedicated. Now, these ones are for a local person. These ones are shared. So these are virtual private server. A virtual private server is a shared server where you have other people who are actually also sharing that same server. Like you are sharing resources, you get. So it is a 4 GB RAM, but they are giving you, and it is part of a bigger server. They just simply distribute and give you a small compartment of that big server. So this VPS is just to combat costs. You know, they brought in the concept of VPS to actually reduce the cost of servers. But dedicated servers, this one is where you get your own server and you're using all the resources alone. These ones, they tend to be expensive. So these ones, they are expensive, and while these ones are affordable. That's why we end up using the affordable. So that's why we end up just like buying VPS. So VPS, behind the scene, is just a server that you are sharing with others. Done. So we have a server, because we said to be able to get in order for you to get this this domain here, you need to be able to have a deployment service and a server. So we have sorted one thing, which is a server. So you go ahead and buy a VPS, and now you have to go ahead and get a VPS provider, and that's why you just go. Let me just like do this. Server providers. So providers. In our case, we are going to use Hetzner, but this is why you can just get a server from AWS, Cloudflare. Like people who are giving cloud servers are many. You have the AWS. You have like the, let me just put even here, Hetzner. You have a Cloudflare. You have Azure. You have DigitalOcean, Linode, DigitalOcean, and or even these other hosting providers. So most of the hosting providers, I'm just going to put in a bracket here. Most of these hosting providers, they all give these VPS. Okay, I'm just going to move this down here. So all these people who are doing hosting, there are like millions of companies which offer hosting providers. Most of them, they will find that they actually have a provision of giving a VPS. So you have to look for the one which is maybe cheaper, or that the one which is easy to work with. So that is one thing that we have now, a server. How about the deployment? How are we going to manage the deployment? One, you could build your own script for deploying on this server. You go in the server, you install. So there are two options here. Okay, you can just say managed. So in the adding deploying on a server, So now if you're going to deploy on a server, you're just going to have some ways. One, you have to understand that you can go in the server and you self manage. So when you buy a VPS, one thing that you can do is self-managing that VPS on your own. And self-management, and then here you can just have like managed. Now managed can also be in very many forms. When you buy, for instance, from some hosting providers, they have also made these managed servers. The way you see even like the way you see Vercel, it is already managing the server. Like you reach there, they have made the interface where you can add environmental variables and everything. So you can self-manage, or you can just go ahead and get the managed one, where people are using cPanels from the hostingers and blah blah. Now, normally when you buy a VPS, that is something you lose, the managed. But one way you can also think about, if you have a VPS, deploying on a VPS server, actually just say VPS, because we are now on a VPS. you can self-manage. Now what I mean here is entirely here you install all the softwares. Let's just say one, you have to go in, just go and say go to your server. So here you go to your server, or go inside your server. Instead, go to your server, go into the server. Which type of English is that? Go inside. Jesus. Like, okay, log into your server. So just go and say is log onto your server, and then here you start like install like operating system, install updates, and also install like all the software you need. So you can just like go ahead and do this, install the software and do the scripts and do everything on your own. Or you can also look for another service, so you can just go and log on to this. So this one, which is half managed, there are also other tools which are used to manage servers, or which simplify management of servers. Let me first get this. So here you can do everything on your own without anything, or you can also get a third party. So there are some other third party tools. So here you can install a third party tool, like manager. So you can go ahead and install a third party manager. In this case, the third party managers I'm talking about is where you put like things like Coolify, the one you're going to use, and then Hetzner, Deploy. So these are like other services that you can add, and they are going to be doing the second part of managing the deployment, because you need that interface, this nice interface. Okay, the good thing with now this is that you are managing yourself the server, because you'll be having your VPS server. You can buy a bigger one, a smaller one, but on Vercel you cannot increase or decrease. But here you have your own VPS. You can big a huge one, a smaller one. And then another thing is now you still have now these Coolify and Deploy to give you the same interface of interacting with your server very well. But now we are going to talk about logging into. There's a reason why I added this, log onto your server. You don't have this access to this server just direct. We're going to see how you're going to be getting inside that server. Anyways, ladies and gentlemen, I don't understand what is going on. Prisma client has no exported member. Jesus, like, did I just forget to put like at Prisma client right now? Seriously, I can't believe I'm going through this, guys. Okay, so just add post install. Can you just add like post install and then like Prisma generate? There's a spelling of generate. Okay, let me just like add this push. This is terrible. Just like going through hard times. So I thought I'm just going to use the deployment just like within few seconds. But you can see this is a good thing actually. The testing, I think. What? It can't say that. Just like in 1 second, just like has already. What happened? Ignored builds. Oh. Sharp run npm approve builds to pick which dependence should be allowed. This is terrible. So Prisma generate is not allowed so far to actually run. Post install Prisma generate. Can I just like search here like in a Prisma? By the way, like this one, they talk about that script. For some reason, like they don't even talk about that script in a production. But anyways, I'm just going to search here the post install. I'm saying, let's say if I have like post install. Yeah, it's just like Prisma generate under these scripts. Okay. In the package JSON, okay, blah blah. So it's saying here, actually, think post install solution. They each can be solved by explicitly generating the deployment running before each blah blah. You can configure this. This is as this universal solution within the script named blah blah. The application is build script in the package JSON within the script section of your blah blah. Within the build script this, okay. And append actually, so you okay. So this is another one or something. They're saying you can I don't want to override. npx prisma generate. I'm just going to use the post install thing. Now the post install now is giving us something else, which is just like warning, ignored build scripts. Where are these ignored? Like I'm just going to what is this ignored builds? Like I'm not sure if like in any setting here in this you have like any ignored. Print the list of packages with blocked build scripts. Oh, so if you just do this like on this, automatically ignored builds during installation, none. Okay, I'm not sure, like I'm not sure what that one means. pnpm run pnpm install first and then try to again. Also you can manually add this to your package JSON. Only build dependencies. Try within pnpm. I have published a fix. I'm not sure what that one is. After deleting node modules and run pnpm install, ignored build scripts warning will pop up. But if you run pnpm install again, now it becomes there are no packages awaiting approval, and even if I'm not sure if ignored build scripts, so it ignored these ones. Let's just try to see if we can just get like to DeepSeek or something. I have this error. while deploying a Next.js and Prisma app, it seems that it's ignoring my let me just say here package your JSON. So I added this scripts post install Prisma generate, just like suppose we like npx Prisma generate or something, or we just add it here npx Prisma. Okay, just go and try both of them and see. It seems like it ignored my script, so I'm just going to copy the script. Does even this script run, or Vercel runs its own script? I just first see what this is going just like to. Yeah, because your hosting platform like Vercel Notify has security so that prevents certain packages from running build scripts during deployment. The post install script that runs Prisma generate is being blocked. Solution: use Prisma within Vercel recommended. Okay, what does that one mean? So you query the .vercel solution to alternative approach for Vercel. Jesus. Since when was that? Manual approve. So section 4, manual approve if platform allows. If PNPM approve builds the selected packages you want to allow. Additional recommendation: move Prisma. Okay, let's just like try this. But now I don't think this one runs actually. Like this has to be overwritten. Let me just stop this. Remove the post install. Since when did they remove the post install? Let's add. Okay. Just add it here and see. Prisma generate, and then that. I'm just going to go ahead and push this. The problem is that I don't think like do we have to go and overwrite. Let's go like to this. So I'm just going like if you just go to settings, then build. Is I supposed to overwrite the commands because the build commands are here? Let's first see if it doesn't run it. Then I'm just going to go ahead and the build command. I will just click override, and then we'll put ours. I just give it wait. Okay, so it again refused. Let's see now if it has still the same problem. Ignored. Okay, so it just ran this. Let's just try to overwrite here in settings. What is the settings? Build. So let's try to actually override this. Okay, so here they told you to go ahead and actually override, and you can see that on the override they put this npx Prisma generate and next build. So we can actually put that. I'm just going to go here. Instead of this, I'm just going to npx, okay, Prisma generate and next build. They just go npx prisma generate and next build. I think that's the one. Let's save and let's go ahead and say redeploy. I don't think we just need to do anything. We can just say redeploy. I think this time it's going to go ahead and run the other using the stuff. Let's see what is actually doing here. Building rogues. Did it run? I just want to know. Cloning repository, running Vercel build. So I think at this point supposed to run that. Detected pnlock 9, which may be generated by pnpm or 10 based on the project. I'm not sure if it just at this point it ran using that script or not. I'm seeing here we still have the same problem. Oh, but I'm just seeing generated Prisma clients. Okay, it seems like everything now is good. Generating pages, we are good. Okay, so if you just, I think it was just nice actually to go through this. I didn't know that they stopped running the other stuff, so I think now it must have gone through, just waiting for it. We just need to fix a few things. Yeah, so finally we have this here. Okay, now the login won't work for now, but just to quickly fix this, I'm just going to go to, can I just go to settings? So just click on this, go back to settings, domains, not domains, I just want to environmental variables here. Okay, so environmental variables, we just need to go ahead and change some things here. Okay, so we have the beta auth URL. This is very important. Right now we have the localhost trace 1408, so we need to change this to something like this. Okay, where is it? Okay, here. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and save. So just copy this, actually save. And also for our API, so the API is going to use this public API URL, which is also using localhost right now. Edit this, change this, and let's go ahead and save. Okay, so now for this to work very well with Google, actually, we need also to change some things. So we can just go ahead and redeploy. So just go back here, deployments. I'm just going to go here and go ahead and redeploy. Dismiss this. What's going on? It's like these dismiss things are not working or what? Okay, let me just refresh the page if that's the case. So just go here, let's click on redeploy and just click this. So this is going to use now the new environmental variables, right? Now on the other hand, you need to go this side. Let me just also open Google console. Just supposed to be Google Cloud Console or something. So you just need to open the console and you just go to our project. So you can see we have this Idea Pro here. Just going to click on this API credentials. I'm not sure, is it supposed to be on the credentials or something? But we need just to update. So I'm just going to go to where we have. Let's remember where you update this. We have only this. Let me just see if we can just go ahead. Yes, so on this you need to go ahead and change some things. Now you can add another one, so I'm just going to add this, and down here also just add this slash. So just go ahead and copy this and let's add it here. Now I'm just going to leave these ones. I'm just going to go ahead and save. I will leave this open because we're just going to open even the other domains that we're going to create the new ones. So I'm just going to add them there. So I can just simply still open this. We just go ahead and update this in the future. You know, Google does it very well. However much on GitHub, on the other hand, GitHub doesn't. So GitHub, you are forced to create, I think, like 2 apps or something. So I'm not going to configure GitHub in that case. So what I just need to do is, I'm not sure if now this will sign in. Okay, let's just give it a try. So it just worked. Okay, so nice. So we have it configured, our app now using we have configured it using Next.js, Vercel. It is working. Now we want to start the journey of actually deploying to a VPS. Okay, so I've been discussing all these concepts. I hope you have good notes that you have written, guys, about these things of VPS. So the first thing that I think you should do is secure yourself any domain. You can buy a domain in so many places. I just simply bought from Spaceship. After I bought this one today, you can see last updated September 3rd. I bought this before I made this video. I didn't want to go through showing you how to buy a domain. I'm very sure you have bought a domain in many places. This is not any advert in whatsoever. You can buy on Cloudflare. I have domains on Cloudflare. I have on Namecheap. So I have so many. So I'll just like buying on Spaceship just to see how the experience is, just in case any of you or any of my clients ever buy something on Spaceship, I have an idea of why I can navigate through things. So that's how I just normally do, just for discovery. Anyways, I have the domain that I've just bought. So you can see fresh. I haven't set anything or I haven't pre-recorded everything. Just going to be seeing how to set up everything. So basically, in theory, the two things we need to buy a server. That is one thing. And then on that server, we are going to use Coolify. So just going to use this somehow, a managed service. We are going to use a third-party managed service for managing. And that's what Coolify and Docploy do. So if we just go to Coolify, okay, I would want to see what for them they define themselves. They say self-hosting. So you can see self-hosting with superpowers. So an open source or self-hosted Heroku, Netlify or Vercel alternative. So you just see they compare themselves with Vercel, because what Vercel was doing behind the scene, they get a free. So the only thing that these ones they don't have with the same thing like Vercel is the ability to give you a free server, but otherwise they are the same. Vercel gives you a free server. This one they don't give you a free server. You need to have your own server. By the way, I think they also have the cloud, so like you can use their servers, but I think it is at a cost. You can just go ahead and check that. So just going to use our own, the self-hosted. You can see most people who come here, they are doing self-hosting here. Okay, yeah. So you can see Hetzner is also one of the sponsors, and we're going to use both of those ones. Now, if you click on this one, I'm just going to say get started. We're going to use this command in the future, but we just go here. First of all, they have the installation on when just using the quick. This is the installation they recommend before you begin. They give you here some of the things before you begin before installing Coolify. Make sure your server meets the necessary requirements. You need a server with SSH access. Now I'm going to explain the SSH access. Then you have a VPS, which is okay. It can be dedicated. You need a server with, this could be a VPS, dedicated server, a VM, a virtual machine, a Raspberry or any other server with SSH access. Note, it's best to use a fresh server for Coolify to avoid any conflicts with existing application. That is a very good one. If you haven't picked a server yet, consider Hetzner. You can use even our referral link. So when you use this referral link, I think you get, we are going to use this. Supporting operating system. Coolify supports several Linux distribution, Debian, this, and all those ones. Supported architecture. It runs on 64-bit. And this is to show you that this is a simple software, the way you see Microsoft Office. So Coolify, when you're installing it on your server, Coolify is just simply a software, because the way we looked at a server here, on top here, we talked more about a server. A server has this, and you just even go ahead and add an operating system. So when you're buying a server, you will just actually go ahead and also get operating system. Now when you get the operating system, you can install softwares on that operating system. And Coolify is one of those softwares you can install, the way you see VLC, the way you see Microsoft Office. So Coolify is just like one app that you install on your server, and it does some activities. And in this case, we're going to be using it for deploying. Now, what we're just going to do is we're going to use this. Okay. They're saying here, congratulations, you received a cloud credit. To collect your cloud, please proceed with your sign up by using the button below. You will redirect to our website where you can get more information about blah blah. So I'm just going to use this one. Of course, you can just go to Hetzner direct and blah blah, but I'm just going to use this one. So you can see here they have the shared all these things. You don't know. We just need to go ahead and get any of these servers. Best price information ratio. So you can just go ahead and let's go ahead on this one. Shared AMD, Intel. They have all these things you can just get. I think any of these ones is going to go ahead and get us whatever you need. So they have AMD here. I think the prices here, I think vary. Yes, but I think we can just get the cheapest. In this case, just use the Intel. So I'm just going to leave to Germany. Actually, Germany is somehow near to Africa. I'm just going to leave it to Germany here. So now I just want to see the prices in dollars. I'm not sure like what these prices are. Any of these ones. I wanted just to buy this one. I need to convert this to USD. So this USD. Oh, okay. So this is like $80. Okay. And then this is this is like $4 then. Okay. So this is $4. Okay, like about $5. Let's see what it is giving us. Where is it? Okay, so it's giving us, let's see here, the most important one is just like RAM and this CPU. So the CPU, they give you, I think, for the core. So I'm just going to buy 8. The reason is, in the future, I'm just going to be deploying, also adding there the, what will I add there? We said that is like $8 per month. I'm just like hesitant. That's like, I just like be able to manage that. I think I just like stop it after like 1 month. That can quickly compile. Like this is just like $8 per month. So of course that's what it is all about. So I'm just going to go ahead and get any of this one. I think I just feel like I should get like the one of 4 GB and I be paying the $4 per month. I'm just going to go ahead and choose any of these ones. So let's go ahead and sign up. I think you need to go ahead and sign up with this link. Let's first go and sign up. Register now. I actually like, does that link, if you go to installation, of course we just go ahead and do that. I'm not sure if that is going to still apply, so I'm just going to go ahead and create my account. So you just go ahead and create. I'm just going to create, then afterwards I'll just come back. Okay, so I just went ahead and created a Hetzner account. So make sure that you go ahead and create the Hetzner account. And after creating that account, I went ahead and added a two-factor authentication, which made me to actually go into the account verification, and I've added some of the documents like the IDs and so on. So you can just go ahead and also go through the same process. And yeah, as you can see, so what I did, I went back to Coolify and clicked on this referral link. Okay, I don't know if I can do the same thing. Click on this referral link, and now you can see, since I'm logged in, okay, since I'm logged in, you can see that it takes me like this. So go to referral page. So you can see here on the referral page, so they give you, I think, something like $20. As soon as someone signs up using your personal link, they will receive 20 in cloud credits, blah blah. So you can also go ahead and invite people, blah blah. And I don't think like I need to activate referral link. Okay, I don't think I need to do anything here. Important status messages. Okay, okay, so I'm just going to go here to the console. Okay, so at this point you should see something like this. We have no projects. You can see no projects has been created. Click on the button below to create a new project. Okay, so you can on this you can add multiple servers, as you can see. So each project can be actually a new server. Okay, so just going to go ahead with the docs. So I'm just going to go, I created some simple docs that I haven't used yet. We are going to verify if the docs are working or not. So I have here self-hosting Next.js with Hetzner and Coolify. So just going to be using this. I will also leave this, but you can just go to this is jb.desktop.com, and then when you go to blogs, here you can see this blog here. Okay, so the first thing you're just going to be seeing here, the overview, is we're having the Hetzner provides the VPS Coolify open source self-hostable pass, okay, that gives you Vercel like features, and then your domain. So there are three things you need. You need to have a custom domain where we're going to put. So I have this the custom domain. Then the second one, I've created the Hetzner account, and now so we are good to go. So we still have the Coolify. We'll install it. So the prerequisites, you have a domain name for SSL, basic terminal SSH knowledge, GitHub account for your Next.js project, and the credit card. Of course, the Hetzner, they will take a credit card. So you need, while you're creating an account, they will ask you to put in that information. So the first one is visit Coolify documentation, use the referral link. So you can use that referral link we have used it. Register for Hetzner account using the referring, verify your account, and add payment method. So that step has been done. Okay, creating the Hetzner account. Now create new project. So here it's just going to go ahead and create this here. So I'm just going to create this new project. They say before you create a new project, your account data has been, okay. To verify your account, please go to this, then go verification and complete the verification status. So okay. So right now I'm still awaiting the approval, as they have said here. I know this is going to take like so much time like this. Okay. It takes really much time. So does it mean that I have to leave everything right now where I have reached until they verify? And they think they said that this can take a whole working, like a whole 1 day. I wish they had like a chat whereby they can, do this somehow very fast. Does this apply if this come after like adding the two-factor authentication? I'm not sure if this, they say provide this. It may take a full work day to process this form of verification. The department that processes the IDs work regular business hours, Monday to Friday. So today is actually the working hours. Okay, so at that point in time, I think I have to pause at that. Okay, I have to pause at that, or actually just leave everything. I'm just going to stop the video from there, and then I think I will just have to just wait for the processing. When it is done, then I will have to come back and we proceed, because we cannot go anywhere further without that. Okay, so what I'm just going to do, either I can use this time to create another episode of something else, and then afterwards I will just continue this, then I will resume later. So I'm just going to go ahead and stop here, and you're just going to see in the part where I have after the processing, we just resume and we'll continue. Thank you so much. I will see you in this section whereby we continue after the verification. Hello, welcome to the next section. So we previously looked at the section of exploring what the server is. We configured and talked about all these concepts. So after waiting and waiting, today is after so many weeks, and the reason why actually I waited a lot, it was about Hetzner. I tried to actually get access. I waited for verification, but instead my application was denied. Okay, I wrote to them. It was just like, moving me up and down. I really just didn't like the service. For you, if you are successful and you got in Hetzner, then you're going to go ahead and use Hetzner for that case. Okay, the whole concept is not about Hetzner, but it is about a VPS. If you just remember here, down here, when we talked about deploying on a VPS, that's why we are getting ourselves a VPS. Okay, so it shouldn't be about that I'm not using Hetzner or you're using Hetzner. You have to know that Hetzner is only simply giving you access to a VPS. So you can use Hetzner. I'm going to use DigitalOcean. You can use Linode. You can use, there are so many thousands and millions of people who can supply you with servers, and in that case you can also go ahead and use the sample who use the hosting as if you're using, let me just put here hostinger, the people who use hostinger, it's the same thing, so long as you simply get yourself access to an a VPS. Okay, so you can get from Hostinger, you can get from Namecheap, you can get in anywhere. But I'm not going to buy from these ones. I'm just going to go ahead and buy it from the DigitalOcean. The treatment I got from Hetzner wasn't really good, so I just decided to actually forego using Hetzner for this case. I think it's for better, for betterness. And by the way, that also shows you something. When you're going to start like using these services online for hosting and other things like customer care, the time they take to respond to you is very important, because you can imagine if you have already deployed on it and there is any problem, and then you cannot, communicate with them easily. But now services like DigitalOcean, they have been in place for a very long period and they are known for this. That's why I'm just going to go ahead and use this one. The creation of the account on DigitalOcean is somehow smooth. You just go ahead and create the account. They will also ask you to put your card, which is okay. They will not chop anything. Just go ahead and create an account. So I'm just going to go ahead and log in into DigitalOcean, because I already have an account with DigitalOcean. I actually don't have any project or anything I've done with them. So this is going to be my first time. This is going to be my first time to actually do anything with DigitalOcean. I created along to the account, but I have not done anything in it. Okay, so after some weeks, I think just I explained like some weeks. Right now, just going to go ahead and buy, get ourselves a server. That is the most important thing. And as we are just getting the server, we're just going to keep on following this, what is our documentation. And this doesn't matter whether we're using here Hetzner. You can just like put any other service provider. In this case, for me, I'm just going to go ahead and use DigitalOcean, which just like provides this. Okay, the most important thing is just to continue with our settings. And of course, we're just going to talk about also these, like for example, the SSH. We're just going to talk about SSH and how to deal with it. I've not done SSH to be for sure on the Windows or even using it before, because I'd never deployed on a VPS. So whatever I have right now is theory, and we're going to see if I can turn the whole theory I have into practical. And that means we are together in this, so you don't have to worry and say I'm just going to get lost, because even me, I will get lost, but we're just going to come back and we'll be both of us. So last time we had left up here on setting up Hetzner VPS. So this is where I'm just going to go ahead and also get this. If you just go ahead and see, you divide this, and the first step is creating a new server. So you can see create a new project and click add server. Now for our case, we're just going to go ahead and get a server which is close to this one. So if you look at this, we're just going to choose a location. Just going to look at this. I always use Frankfurt for if you're in Africa. Then Ubuntu. So you're going to select Ubuntu. Then shared CPU, and then just going to look for 4 GB RAM. This, okay. And then for default networking, I'm just going to leave it like that. So you just go ahead and see if that is the case. So when you just go here on DigitalOcean, VPS is known as a droplet. Okay, is known as a droplet. So just come here on create, and it is this first one. As you can see, create cloud servers. Okay, you can create things like they have a platform for just the self-managed deployment, and have other things, so many here. But just going to get and just simply create a droplet. Okay, so this is going to open us to go ahead and create a droplet. So you can just see, don't worry about this. We're going to configure this price here. So just go ahead and choose a region. Now I'm just going to choose Frankfurt. I guess someone told me like Germany is near Africa than Europe. You can just go ahead and choose whichever you want. Then let's go down here to just choosing the region Frankfurt. The image, you're going to leave it on Ubuntu with even that version then we're just going to choose leave it on shared CPU here, and then down here is where we just have to change. So you can see right now they are on premium AMD, then there is premium Intel. Just simply put on regular SSD here, okay? And now when you put on regular SSD, this is now where we just go ahead and look for the things we need. So you can see here wanted like a server with, I think, 4 GB RAM. We're not going to use this 4 GB RAM because of the pricing here now. I'm just going to go ahead for this 1 GB, which is $6. This is okay. So they have actually, just if you click here, you see they have even one of $4. So you can just try this $4, but right now I'm just going to go with this one of $6. Okay, this looks manageable to me. And don't add any volumes, backups. Now, one thing is this here. So you can see when you're just going to talk about accessing your remote server here. So accessing a remote server, let's just talk about it here. So we are going to be having two things. We have your machine here, and then we have this remote server. So I'm just going to say RS, or just say remote server, like this. Okay, and then here we have your machine, and this machine is going to be actually known as a client in this case. Okay, so now there are ways of accessing your server. You can access either via the password. This is the old method, or even just like it still works up to now. You can use a password, or you can actually use SSH. Okay, SSH is secured cell. This is, we're just going to talk more about this. This is a secured secure cell. Is it like secured or secure? Secure cell, just like this. Just know that this one is a secure protocol over how this the client and the remote server communicate. So of course, in actual server management, we don't recommend the password. The reason, a password can be guessed even when it is very complex. Okay, you can have a complex password, but it is vulnerable to be guessed. So in servers remote server management, we just recommend that you use an SSH. And how SSH works, okay, why this is more trustable, how it works like this. As we said, it is a secured protocol. So what it does is it goes here and produces two keys. Okay, it will generate on your machine, it will generate two keys. One is going to be a private key. It just generates two keys, which is going to be a public key. So just have a public key, and we also have maybe we just call it the public key and the private key. So just say here public key, and then also the private, or you can just say also private key, or you could just like call it a secret key. So you can just use it, maybe just create a secret key. So this public key is what you actually just send on this. So when you try to log in, this will just get this public key and will send it to the remote server here. Okay, so this remote server here will generate a random, it will generate, let's say, a random encrypted. So it will encrypt, it will use this public key to encrypt a text, and it will send this text back to the client, and the client can only decrypt this. Okay, this will send it back here. So the client can only decrypt this encrypted key using the secret key. Okay, and after decrypting it, it will just go ahead and send this decrypted key back to the remote server. And when this decrypted random random text or random test. So just like this one generates a test, it gives to the client, and when a client decrypts it using the secret key and sends it back and it matches, then it actually creates a secure session. So here it will create a secure session. That's through which now these two servers, these two machines, because even this client is your server, it's just like your personal computer, and this is a remote server. Now after this, it will just put a secure session via now where you can now start like writing commands on this remote server. You can now download, install, transfer files, do anything you want now on this. So you can see this is really more secure than just simply a password, which simply gives you access to the remote server. There is no any work that is going to be done. So we just now to actually, instead of just like saying we use a password, we're just going to go ahead and use SSH. And this is where things actually start getting very hard. As you can see here, add public SSH key. SSH keys are more secure method of logging onto SSH server because they are not vulnerable to common brute force password hacking attacks. Okay. So they just also just here have this, I think, just like a sort of like a documentation or something. I guess like what they say, add SSH. So if you just click on add this, you can see they give you add the public SSH, copy the public SSH key and paste it into the space for instructions on how the steps here. So like they give you some steps here. Follow these steps instruction to create or add SSH kit on Linux and Windows. So you can see Windows users without open SSH can install and use PuTTY instead. So you can also use PuTTY. Now PuTTY, to those who don't know, like this PuTTY, it is an SSH client. Like it is the one a client that can help you manage SSH keys. So this PuTTY. But we might not actually need to install anything right now. I just simply want to try without any PuTTY because right now machines right now they come with integrated terminal which can actually do what PuTTY does without needing to install it. So just going to try it and see if it's going to be able to do it without it. So in this here, you can see set up SSH because after you are setting up this, you can see set up SSH. So you have to go ahead and generate SSH key in your terminal. So I'm just going to copy this. Now, I don't know if I should use an integrated, I should use my Git bash or I should use just the shell. I'm just going to first go ahead and use, Git bash. I don't know how this is going to go, guys, because I do not know that I should use shell or I use git bash. So I'm just going to first go ahead and use git bash, and if it fails, then I'll just try using this. So the command is here. I'm just going to go ahead and paste this command, so you can just see here. Okay, it is SSH keygen -b 4096T. You can just, for understanding, we can just go here. I'm just going to pull out, I don't know if I should pull out DeepSeek or cloud. Let's just get the cloud here to be explaining these commands exactly. So I'm just going to come here and I say, what is this command does? Okay, just like get this. Okay. So you're just going to tell us what this does. So it says this command generates a new SSH key pair using the RSA algorithm. So here is each part means. So the SSH keygen, this command line utility for generating SSH key pairs. So this SSH keygen, you can see even here on here they talked about it here, SSH keygen. And now here B409 sets the key size to 4096 bits, makes it more secure than the default of 2049. So if you just don't do anything, this will be of size 2048, but now here we are setting our own number. Then -T RSA specifies the key type. RSA and an encryption algorithm. So there are some, I think, other algorithms. So when you run this command, it creates two files, a private key, typically ID RSA, and a public key, which is ID RS.pub. So you can see this is the private key that we were talking about here. So you can see now when we run SSH, it was SSH key gen. So this generates two keys, which is the public key and the private key. So this one is actually private key. I was not wrong. So you have the public key and the private key, as you can see here, like this. Prompt, you choose where to save the keys, and the default is this. Ask for an option of further to encrypt the private key. So I think we have all this covered in our documentation. You can see here, and then we just simply do this. So get the public key. We just go ahead and get this. As you can see, idrsa.pub. This is the public key. Okay, and then we can just go ahead and paste it into this. So I'm just going to go ahead and run this and hope for the best. Generating public private RSK keys. Okay, so they say enter file in which to save these two files. So it has generated now the private, the public and the private keys using the RSA algorithm. Okay, so if you just go back to this documentation here, now I think we need to add the place of saving this, which is actually just saying prompt you to choose where to save the keys. So default is this one. I think we need just simply press enter. So you can see right now it is saying c.ssh idrsa. I'm just going to press enter. Enter the passphrase for this. So enter empty for no phrase. I'm just going to say empty. Enter the same phrase again. And you can see now it has just gone ahead and created. So your identification has been saved in the user's SSH IDRSA. So this is a place that, or the file where they have kept our public key and the private key. So they say that your private key, your public key has been saved in this here. So the key fingerprint is they gave us this, and the keys random at image is this. So the next thing we have to do, according to here, okay, according to here, is to go ahead and cut. So this one is get the public key. So we just get the public key since it was saved in this. This is how we get it. So I'm just going to copy this and let's add it here. Just right click and paste, and let's enter. So you can see that this gives us now our it gives us this, which is our private. This is our public key. So this is the one that we paste and we give it to the server, remember. So at this part is, we said we get the public key and give it to the remote server. So that's why we need to copy this this one and we give it to our remote server. So I'm just going to go ahead and try to copy only this. Okay, Control C, which I don't know it has copied or not. So now if you just look at our documentation, it says just now copy the entire public key output into, so you can just say add the SSH key, paste the key and name it whatever you want, set as default key. So you can just go back here in this and we just paste this. Okay, make sure you pasted it nicely. I don't know if it's supposed to come with, let's look at it. Okay, there is some space here. Okay, there is some space here. I don't know if that is okay. I'm just going to leave it as it is. If it fails, I don't know what we'll do, but just leave it the way it actually pasted. Let's give this one, I'm just going to say JB Windows machine, just like this. Add. So this one should just go ahead and add the SSH. So you can see you can even add new ones, but just added this JB Windows machine. And I think after adding the SSH, that's it. You see, if you just go back here, after adding this, now you can complete the server setup. So you skip the volumes, add server name, and then click create and buy. So at this point, we just go down here. You can see we recommend these options: add improved, no; add this, no; and then finalize your details. So you can see quantity we are buying only one. So the server name, you can see give your drop name an identifying name you will remember. So we can just say go ahead and give our name. I'm just going to go to, so you can see how we just gave server for demo application. Maybe just going to give it this name. Okay, I'm just going to name it this name like this. Okay, so I think you don't have to put the this. Okay, so I'm just even just name it. I'm just going to say JB's remote laptop. Okay, just going to name it this. This is just like, looks like JB remote remote server, just like this. Then tags, you can add the tag, and then here, so by default, say this project has been selected as you only have one project. Okay, so like you cannot just like remove it, but just the most important thing is just go ahead. They always put this default, but the most important thing right now is to go ahead and create the droplet. So I think we're just going to take me now into the payment phase, which I will just think I will just go off. I will not. So you're just like setting it up. Let's just give it a wait and see. So I think at this point where you're going to have to use your credit card and everything. So I will just go ahead and wait as they are setting it up, and I'll be back. Oh, so I can see that the droplet is actually, I did not even pause. It is actually ready, as you can see it here. So as you can see, this is actually an actual server. You can, when I hover it, you can see the tell me JB remote server, and it is in Frankfurt. It is 1 GB and 25 GB hard disk. So I have I have a RAM, as we talked about the server here. If you remember up here, we talked about the server. It has the CPU, RAM, and storage, and operating system. So right now we even have Ubuntu. So remember, it was Ubuntu. It has 25 GB storage. It has RAM of 1 GB and the CPUs. Now we have this. This is an IP address, as you can see here. Now here they have added, you can mount volumes, you can click enable backup, app size, and all other nice things. So you can see there is add domain and all other things. So I just now we need to access, I think, our remote server and start doing some things on it, because right now we can't do anything. We can just see it just like this. We'll be using this IP address, and this is what I was talking about, that when you get a server that is connected on the cloud, the one thing that you actually get is its IP address, this one. Okay, and using this IP address, we're going to do a lot of things on it. So let's move on. We have a server ready. And then here I'm just going to go ahead and say we have wait. So wait for the server. We have the server running. So you can see copy the IP address. So we can see our IP address and everything is good. Okay. So now you can see SSH root at your public IP. So here is why you just accept the connection prompted. You see the Ubuntu system information. So this is why we now have to use our IP address. So I'm just going to say do I have to put like SSH root at your public IP? I think just have to do at. Okay, let me just go ahead, go back here, and now just going to click to copy this, and now I need to get into my server. So I'm just going to go ahead and I think either clear this. I'm just going to first leave this one open, and I'm just going to go ahead and open another bash. So I'm just going to say bash. Let me just open another git bash. The reason why I'm leaving this one is just in case there is any problem with SSH key, I just need to be seeing it there. So I'm just going to go ahead and just say SSH. Okay. By the way, it is good that you write these commands. Maybe you start getting them in the head. So it was SSH, and then we say at root. So you can just say SSH, then root at your IP address. Just going to go here. SSH, then space root at. I'm just going to go ahead and paste this. Okay, like this. So this is my IP address. I'm just going to go ahead and enter. Okay, so you say the authentication of this can't be established. ED key fingerprint is this. This key is not known by other names. Are you sure you want to continue? I'm just going to say like yes. I'm not sure if that is what's supposed to be like the authenticity of the host. This I think that is the one that we have entered. This one here, it can't be established. Okay, I think that is okay. They say this SSH 256, it has given this key is not known by any other names. Are you sure you want to continue? I'm just going to say yes. So they say warning permanently added, and now you can see right now we have the system information. So welcome to Ubuntu, and this is our machine, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we're in. Okay, right now we're inside our remote machine, guys. How are you feeling right now? I'm feeling like I'm a genius right now. So welcome to Ubuntu, Linux, documentation they give you and everything. So they say system information as true. So you can see this is whatever we bought. So you can see the usage we have. Of course, we bought a 23 gigabyte, the space. And you can see we have IPv4 address for this. We have our IP and everything. So I think this is good so far. The programs include with Ubuntu, blah, blah. Ubuntu come with absolutely no warranty to extend permitted by this. So you can see that we are root at JB remote server, guys. So if you look that we are inside the machine because we called this JB remote server and we are inside, guys. Oh my God, this is really good. So we are inside our machine right now. So at this point, this is why we install Coolify, because now, as we said, after getting into our machine, if you remember very well, we said that this, when you get your server, it is why now after getting a server, this is the one that we bought. Now you can start now looking at deployment. Like we are going to install now a third-party tool that is going to manage for us the hosting, and that is Coolify. This is why you can actually go ahead and use like Docploy. So if you wanted, you could also go ahead and just like use, I think I'm just going to create another one which is going to be using Docploy. Okay, so Docploy does exact same thing like the this Coolify does. Okay, so let's just go ahead and follow this documentation. So the next thing is now to install, because it's not installed. Say prompted, you will see the Ubuntu system information, and now we can just go ahead and run car and we install this. Okay, so this is how you install the Coolify. So if you just go back to Coolify, that is if I can know where it is right now. I'm just going to go here and just say Coolify, and you just go here, and if you just go to the installation, if you just go to docs, and then you just go to get started, and then you just go to installation, So you can just see the installation. This is the command, the car SSH this Coolify bash. This is what we have for installation. So before you install, they just tell us that you should have these things here. You need SSH, then you need a VPS or dedicated server, which we already have, and everything. So this is good. So far so good. Okay. The RAM they're saying here, they need a minimum hardware of 2 GB RAM. I don't know. We're just going to use that. If it fails, then we're going to see what will happen. I'm just going to go ahead and install. Let's just go ahead and install this. So go here into our machine. So this is right now into our machine, and I can just go ahead and paste this car, and this is going to go ahead and help us to install the Coolify. Okay. This is where things get, they say syntax unexpected something. So here, line 1 syntax. Let's see, car FFF this. Syntax near expected token this. Failure writing output destination. I don't know if this is just went ahead and started like putting Coolify. I'm just going to go ahead and clear this. Okay. Let me just go back to Coolify itself, and the installation is here. So quick installation recommended. Let's copy this, and I'm just going to go back to my server, and you can just go ahead and paste this, and then install. Okay, so this is nice. I think I copied with some space. So you can see, welcome to Coolify installer. This script will install everything for you. Sit back and relax, and they give us everything that is going on. And right now, guys, ladies and gentlemen, we are inside our server right now. This server right now, we are inside it, and we are installing stuff. Okay, so I'm just going to go here, and this is what we are talking about. So now, after getting our server, like you can see here, Azure, DigitalOcean, we have used one of them. After getting this, and you can see now on this deploying on a VPS, we are onto this part whereby we say self-manage. You log on to your server and install updates by yourself, or you can now just say manage. We log on to this and we install either Coolify or Docdeploy. So at this point, we are actually installing Coolify, and this Coolify is just like installing Vercel on our own machine. So like we bought our own machine and we installed our own Vercel. That is what Coolify does. Okay, so this I think takes some couple of stuff. Let's just give it some good time. So you can just see here, they just look through. So you can just say here, running kernel, then no user session running, outdated binaries, no VM, blah blah, installing Coolify. Please wait until then. Here is a joke for you. Programming is 10% science, 20% ingenuity, and 70% getting the ingenuity to work with the science. So like the developer of this even added in some nice jokes. Okay, so I just don't know how much long it's going to take, but I'm just going to go ahead and pause, and I will come when it is actually set up. Okay. Oh, wait. I was going to actually go off and it finished. Okay. So you can see, congratulations, your instance is ready to use. You can access Coolify through your public this. That means if we go to this, if your public IP is not accessible, you can use the following private IP. So they give us all these other ones. Okay. But they gave us now to go to our IP address and put port 8000. So now it is just like saying, go on localhost, like we're now on our machine, like locally, and we say you go to port 8000. Okay. So warning, it is highly recommended to back up your environment variables file, blah blah. for safe location. So we are into our machine and we have finished setting up installing Coolify, and now we need to log in Coolify, which looks like Vercel. So if I just try to go to this IP address, which by the way just like HTTP localhost. Okay, so let me just go in this space and paste this IP address. I just want to see what is going on. Guys, ladies and gentlemen, we have our server here. So we can just go ahead and create an account. So this user will be the root user with full admin access. Of course, I'm not going to let you see my things here, but I'm just going to go off and fill in this, and then I'll be back. Okay, so I went ahead, created an account. So you can see we are on onboarding. We are still on localhost, and this is our machine, a remote machine, onboarding. Of course, we are going to fix this. We're not going to be logging out on this. We'll also put this login on our domain, so don't get worried. So you can just go here and see what is Coolify. Next, I think we supposed to skip this. So skip onboarding here. Just like this, and guys, we are inside the server. You can see we are on localhost 8000 inside on the dashboard. Okay, no notifications enabled. It is highly recommended to enable at least one notification channel to receive important alerts. So you can just say accept. We're just going to look at this maybe later. Okay, so now we can see we have no projects and we also have servers. You can see we have our localhost. I say this is the server where Coolify is running. Don't delete this. So this one is now like this is our Vercel now. Okay, this is our Vercel that we have installed on our own server, and we can now use this interface to deploy our own applications. Now that we are inside that, let's continue with the documentation. I like this documentation. It is so cool, guys. So you can see now access Coolify dashboard. So you can see here open localhost 8000 in your browser, and this gives us, you just see here, you will see not secure warning expected at this stage. And this is, as we've said, we are going to change this not to be, you can see it is not secure here. We'll change this and we put it on our subdomain, but that is later. But for now, it is okay. Then create admin account. So we have already filled in this information and I've created my admin user. Okay. Complete the onboarding, select localhost for servers. So you can see this is where it is running. Okay. So step 3 is where we have, so select localhost for server type is running. So the first step we're going to look at is the domain configuration. Okay. So before deploying applications, configure your domain for easier management. Remember, we bought our domain, so we don't want our server to be running on this direct like this. We have our own domain, and we said that wherever you see a server like this one, it can be given a domain so that you don't have to be accessing it using like this. You know, when we talked about these IP addresses, okay, so now you understand why we say that you can go ahead and access this. So when you say 19 this 1.1.1 is the domain, like this is the actual machine now, but we need to connect it to our domain that I have here, this domain here, the jbwebdeveloper.com. I need to get this and connect it so that if I just say maybe admin.jb.webdeveloper.com, it should take me to my Coolify dashboard. Okay, that's what I want to configure at this point in time. So you can see before displaying this, so you can configure your domain for this. So add DNS records in your domain registrar. So wherever you bought this domain, okay, it can be where you bought maybe a VPS, I don't know. So I have this one on Spaceship. You can have this on Cloudflare. You can have this on Namecheap. You can have it on Hostinger. Any place you actually have, it doesn't actually matter. Okay, so now if I just go here, you can, if I click in it, you see that they give me here name servers and DNS. Okay, So I just want to go ahead and click on the DNS. Okay, and the let me actually just want, I don't know here where they say connect. What is the connect? Not sure. Let's first see here. I don't know if they don't have like manage. Oh, okay. So I think the connect is why you want to add more things. What I just want is, let's first go back here. Okay, so URL connections, then open DNS preset manager, advanced DNS. I'm just going to click on this advanced DNS for now and see. Okay, just in advanced domain, proceed with care. Adding or editing DNS records may prevent your domain from working as expected. Okay, so we have the name servers. These are still on this. Of course, we just change these ones. So here where we have the DNS records, okay, you can see down here is where we have the DNS records, and we have 0 records right now. So we are advised to add actually. So start by choosing the type of record you want to add. So we need to add this. So you can see the @ then you give it. So you are going to create this first one, and then we put our IP address. Then you say star, then your server public ID address for subdomains. So we just need to also add these two here. So let me just go ahead and get. So if I just go here, I can easily copy my IP. This is the one. And now if I just go back to here, so they said we add which record? The first one is the A record @ then this @ is the, so just go here and click add the A record, and then where we have this is @. So you can see, just going to put A record, and then you can see they even ask you that this is supposed to be an IP address. So paste this here. And now TTL, I don't know what this one means. Certainly means is the default. But I'm just going to go ahead and add this. Okay. So added. We're just going to go ahead and add another record. So we have our first record added. I don't know where they go. I'm just going to go ahead and add. You can see now one record. I just need to go ahead and add another record. So you can see they're saying at jbwebdeveloper.com. Okay, the A record and this. Let's just go ahead and now add another record, another A record. So you're adding another A record. So let me just go back here. So they said we add another A record. And now this time we put star, and then we'll also put the public. I'm just going to go ahead and do that. So we just go down here. I will just add now star, just like this, and then A record, and then I will add this, and then I will also go ahead and add. Okay, so we have now 2 records added. Let's continue. So propagation, DNS changes typically takes 5 to this. Test with NS lookup your domain. I don't know if this is supposed to test it from the command line, the NS lookup, and then you do this. So now they say update instance settings. Go to Coolify settings, instance settings, set this here. So let's just go down back. I don't know for this one, NLOS lookup. So I'm just going to ask, since we are having here ChatGPT, just going to say what is the meaning of this command, like this, and lookup. Okay, so they say that this command is a DNS name system lookup tool that queries DNS servers to retrieve information about a domain name. So like you can just go ahead and, so we can just like do we simply do anywhere on our machine. Let me just like pull up like a bash. Like, do you do that? Just pull up this, and you can just say ns lookup. Was it ns lookup? Let's see. ns lookup. I'm not sure if this one's supposed to be run here. Like I put now JB web developer JB web developer.com. Okay, they say address but server unknown, but the address is this, and then none authorized answer, none also, then JB developer, and then oh yeah, so you can see right now it is actually pointing, I think, on the right one. Okay, so I think they have already propagated now. So the next thing we need to do right now, if you just go back here, they said configure the Coolify domain. So go to Coolify settings and then instance settings. So just going to go back here, and we have the settings. Just going to click on settings. You can see we have things like S3 storage and all that nice things, guys. Like, I'm feeling right now so good. I think it's just like taking some time since this is localhost, as you know. But just give it some seconds and we see. I'm just also going to duplicate this. This is taking so long. I don't know if I think now this one will not. Do we need to go to like to our domain? So if I go to JB, like literally on JB HTTPS, let me just go here. So does it mean if I just go to jbwebdeveloper.com like this? Okay, I just like what is on that? Okay, since we pointed, let's just give it a second. Or maybe, by the way, other thing just like might be still propagating. Let's just have some patience. We have this. So here it's saying of course loading. So if you just look at this, saying 502 bad gateway, and then even this, I'm sure it is not going to load up. And I think this is still about this propagation that we added these records. And since we have already pointed this one, I don't know, does it mean that time to live, time to live? Okay, I don't know what this TLS means. I'm just going to pause for a second and I'll wait for this to propagate. So there is some instance that has happened So for some reason, I stopped accessing Coolify on port this 8000, and I also added these. You can see they propagated very well. Okay, and if I also try to access them on JB Web Developer port 8000, this is where Coolify is running, and that means that Coolify stopped running. Okay, so what I suspected is that the droplet that we bought of 1 GB, I think it failed actually to run Coolify. So I'm just going to, so what I did is, when you just come here to droplets, you see that your droplet is here. Okay, this is our droplet or our VPS. So I just want to go here to where is upsize. So upsize is to increase the server. So the first thing you do is to first go ahead and switch it off. So you cannot upsize it when it is on. I just want to go here and turn it on. And for some reason, they haven't actually cut any amount they have asked me. So this is good for testing purposes. I'm going to scroll down to where we have 4 GB RAM. Okay, I just need here 4 GB. There is 4 GB premium. Make sure that I'm just going to go to this basic regular 4 GB RAM here. So just going to go this so that we don't have any issues. So I'm just going to go here and click on upsize or resize. Okay, so this, I think it will take some time to go ahead and resize. So I just give it some time to go ahead and resize our server. So yeah, make sure that it is running on 4 GB, because when I went back to Coolify documentation, under installation, you can say your server should have at least ours was 1 CPU core, so it had 1 core, and also memory had only 1 GB. So I've now pumped it to if you see it now, I've now moved it to we have now moved it to 2 GB. So we have moved it to 2 GB. You can see it here. We have moved it to 2 GB, 2 CPUs, 2 cores, and 4 GB RAM with 25 gigabytes as the storage. So I think that should just be fine. I don't know if there is anything else I have to do. I think it is just right now. So droplet has been resized. Okay, so we are now currently, they are going to tell us that the current right now we're on 4 GB RAM. This, so this is now much better. I'm going to go ahead and turn on this. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and turn on the server. It was off, so I've resized it. That is one thing I wanted to actually do. That now we have this. So I'm just going to go ahead, and I don't know if we have to install again. I'm not sure if we have to install again the this SSH. I'm just going to go ahead and clear here. I don't know if I just do SSH now, root at, remember we were doing this. Okay, I don't know if I can still now SSH into, okay, so now I've SSH into the machine. Now I don't know if I want to test Coolify if it is still running. Let's go back here. I'm just going to say, if you want to check Coolify, so check if Coolify containers are running. So we can just check docker ps, check Coolify logs. So we can go inside our machine here, and now we can just do this docker ps, and if you look at the information container, so the Coolify containers look to be running. Okay, so now can I just go back and maybe go to this? Yeah, so this is, so it was about the CPU, guys. So make sure you have 4 GB RAM. So that is something to learn for sure. Then I want also to go to this, because we did this. This propagated very well. You can see here it says it fully propagated. So I don't know if I just go to JB. So instead of going to this, I want to go to JB 8000. So if I do this, I should also, yeah. So now you can see that it tells me to log in. At least now you can see here it is not SSL, but we are good. So I can go back to this. Let's go to settings. So we can now see that we have the settings. Now we are back to our documentation, guys. Okay, we are back on our documentation. There is something we didn't do, but we are going to create, I think, a project. So the first thing is to go here. Where is it? So we have already done up to this point. So what we want to set is, go down here to settings, and the instance, we want to add a subdomain. So want the Coolify itself, instead of going to this, want Coolify to run on the subdomain. So here, if you just say general, there is configuration here, general save of your Coolify instance. So you can see here it is on here. So want to add this on the subdomain. So basically, I just want to copy this. I don't know if it is already SSL certificate or not. I'm just going to go back. So I want the dashboard to run on admin. I don't know if I'm supposed to put, let me first remove this. Oh, actually you have to put this. So I just want to put admin at jbwebdeveloper.com. So this is my domain. The name is Coolify. So general code of your Coolify instance, maybe we just call it Coolify admin. Is this the spelling of Coolify? Okay, just leave it like this and leave everything. Instance public IPv4. I think this is our IP. Yes, nice. Then just going to click on save. Okay, instance settings updated. I don't know if there is anything to do is advanced. No. So they said we don't do. We don't need to go to anything. It was under here on general, where we have this. Now, when we do that, click save. Now let's just try to actually go to admin our domain.com. So if I just go here, instead of here, I'm just going to go to admin .jb web jbwebdeveloper.com. Yeah, so you can see now when I go to admin.jb, it takes me to this. So I'm just going to go ahead and now go ahead and log in. Okay, so you can see now I'm logged in. So I've logged in with the user I created. Now I'm inside the admin.jb and I'm in this. Okay, just going to say maybe later. So now we still have everything the way it is. Let's continue with the documentation. Now if you just like look at here, if you just have any issues, troubleshooting SSL issues, if you see not secure warnings, go to servers, localhost, and like I think for us we have secured. So this is secured, so we don't have any problem with SSL. So it created the SSL certificate for us. But if you just have, you can just go ahead and restart this. Step 4, deploying your Next.js application. So you have to go back now to projects, your project, and add new resource. So now we haven't created any project, so I'm just going to go back this side to projects, and you can see we don't have any project. I'm just going to create I'm just going to say maybe, so here, remember, in this project you can add in so many things like a database and what. So I'm just going to say JB maybe apps. This is my Coolify everyone knows about. So I'm just going to just say JB. This is Idea App Pro, because we're just going to add this Idea Pro. If you remember this application that we deployed last time, the Idea Manager. So I'm just going to call this Idea Manager. So go back in here, JB's Idea Manager. So this manages my my ideas, whatever. So continue. So you are creating a project. So we have a project. Now you can click on this project, and you can see now add a resource. So when you add a resource, now is where we're going to put in the repositories. Okay, so if you just go back to our documentation, we have go projects, add new resource, select private repositories, GitHub, git add. So you are supposed to now to connect with our GitHub. So if I go back this side, sorry, just go in here. I just add a private repo because this is a private repo. By this, first go back. So we have here private repository with deploy key. I just have this one with GitHub app, just like this. So this is why you can actually also deploy using Docker and all other things. So I'm just going to say add Git. So deploy any public or private Git repository through a Git app. No GitHub application is found. Let's add a Git app. So you can see it says new Git app. This is required if you'd like to get full integration, commit, pull request, and blah blah. They generated us a name and self-hosted GitHub Enterprise. Let me just scroll down. So I think I'm supposed to put my GitHub details. Let's see here. Okay, so you can see here now on this configuration, configure GitHub. So GitHub name, git, then leave organization empty, check system wide if desired, webhook admin, and then click register. Okay, let me just go back here and see. So here we just have this name. I can just like leave this name, maybe just say JB Web Developer Coolify GitHub GitHub app. Just going to name it. Leave this empty. So you're saying here home URL like HTTPS self-hosted enterprise. I don't know what this means. Custom Git user. I don't know what this really means. Like, do we need add anything here? Because we already have here GitHub, the home URL, then custom Git user. So if you just go here and see like GitHub name, leave empty, check system Z. Now there is webhook URL, then click register now. Okay, so I'm just going to leave this because even this was not opened. I'm just going to leave this because this is enterprise GitHub, which we are not doing. So I'll leave, just put the name, the one I've just added. The system wide is already checked. Click continue. Okay, so now you can see here they have given us a webhook. So they say if you want to fill the form manually, you can continue below, only for advanced users. So manual installation, we don't want the manual installation, we have the automatic installation. They say you must complete this step before you can use this resource. So here on the webhook endpoint, we have this. which is using our domain. So we have to put the other one, our domain. So webhook, you can just add this, our admin.yourdomain.com. So I'm just going to go back here. So I don't know if we're supposed to put 8,000 because, oh, actually it is here in the select. They are wise. Oh my god. So we just have it here. I'm just going to put this and click register. So this webhook, let's talk about the webhook. I'm just going to say here, just going to authenticate. So I'm just going to talk about the webhook. So let's go ahead and create GitHub app. Oh, there has been an error wire with the following: HTTP request returned 401 message requires authentication. Let's go back. I'm just going to go to, it was in projects, adding a resource. Just go to this. Okay, add new git. I don't know if we just leave this or I'm just going to leave this name, continue. And then here I'm just going to go ahead and use this https admin.jb, leave everything, register. So as I was saying that the GitHub, let me just talk about this, the endpoint. So basically what the webhook does, the webhook is that we just want to configure a webhook on GitHub so that every time, so what the meaning of the webhook is that it just like kind of event driven. So when an event happens, let's say, so we want to continue because our app is on GitHub, right? So when we create a webhook on GitHub and connect it in our app, okay, so we have this, and then we have our Coolify. So this is the one which is deploying our app. So basically what we want is like wherever there is an event here, for example, when you commit, so remember the webhook is event driven. So when you say there is an event like a commit, okay, on the main branch, so this will just now fire a webhook. So this fires a webhook to Coolify, and then Coolify goes ahead and deploys. So this is the webhook. I'm just going to put here webhook. So via the webhook, we can just, GitHub can send communication that there is a new commit, and then it tells Coolify to go ahead and deploy. So that's why we need to set up this. If it doesn't, I was seeing people always have this problem here. And this is happening on the okay. For us, we have requires authentication. I don't know why there has been an error with the following message. I don't know why. So you could just go to github.com and let's go back to the dashboard here. This is becoming a problem. You can also just like add databases, the Postgres and all these nice things. If you're adding a private repository, GitHub apps, I'm just going to go ahead, create another one, then I'm just going to look for ways of solving this, because system-wide, make sure this is checked. Just going to click continue. I don't know why this is not authenticating our thing. Okay, click register. So if you say create GitHub for this, I don't know why on my GitHub for some reason, because this, I don't know, can you just say create this manually? Because if you just go back to the settings here, if you just go to settings here, there is where we have like I think is where we have like the OAuth. We have the OAuth applications. Let me just see here. Account billing, organizations, repositories. Down, just go to developer settings. So there is where we have these. There is OAuth apps, and then there is GitHub app. Okay, so I don't know why, for some reason, like if you just look at this, they say want to build something that integrates with and extends GitHub, register a new GitHub app. So I don't know if you just like here when we have like register, you can see here a homepage and everything, like supposed to have this, and even the webhook, so you can see the webhook URL. So it's supposed to do this behind the scene, I believe. Like when we do this, create is supposed to go ahead and create the create it with everything, and you can see it directs and brings us this code. And okay, so that means here is Coolify contact support. Okay, now the option we have actually, I think, is that if we just go to here, I might just try to use add resource. Now I might just actually try to use the manual way, because if you just look at this system wide, I don't know what system wide means. If checked, this GitHub app will be available for everyone in the, okay, that's okay. Now you see that they give us the automatic installation. If you want to fill the form manually, you can continue, only for advanced users. So like let's just look at this organization app.github. So if you just go here, everything okay, webhook, is there anything you're supposed to, so this is supposed like to register like manually system wide. So you check like this. Okay, then homepage URL http GitHub, and then API, the port, user, like this is supposed to be Git, client secret ID, webhook secret. I'm not sure if I'm supposed to use this one. For sure it is. Sync name, update repositories. I don't know about this. I don't know if they use is app ID, installation ID. I think the client, and they are all there. Then this, I don't know. So this is just the one that they do. Save. So it's saying client ID, secret ID. So like, why do you get this? And the webhook secret. Let's just go to this. just go to why is our resources not creating the GitHub application? I'm just going to so here I don't know. Okay, I'm just going to use now. You can just go ahead and get this. I'm just going to get the full page. Now I'm just going to get this and say, where do I get all this information? So I'm just going to go to cloud here and I say, I am creating a GitHub app in Coolify, and here is the form. So where do I get? So I'm just going to go here to back here. So for example, where do I get the client ID, client secret, and webhook secret? All those three things. And I'm just going to say here, where do I get the client ID, client secret, and webhook ID? Also, which other info do I need to fill in? So just going to see here, because I don't know. So great. You are setting up GitHub app in Coolify. You need to create a GitHub app on your GitHub first, then fill in these details here. Okay, so this is good because we're just going to create the app on our own. So let's go to our GitHub now. The good thing, we have this. So I'm just going to create this name, which is going to be Coolify. Okay, Coolify admin app. Okay, maybe by JB. Just select this name. This is the app that connects Coolify to my GitHub. Okay, then we have the full URL of your GitHub's website. So this here. So where do I get this? The full URL of your GitHub's apps website. Then you have also the callback URL. So there are some things we need here. For the webhook, we know. Then also this one is serious. I did not know it will be like that, but this is much better, I think. Let me just go back here. So here, just a setup one, get this, go to settings, new repository, app name, something Coolify, deploy app. Okay, then homepage URL, just put this. Actually, it is nice. So homepage URL of my GitHub app, homepage URL is this, and this is the, oh wait, I think we have to say this is admin because this is on admin dot. Yeah, so this is supposed to be admin. It is a subdomain, I believe. Then if you just go back to the instructions, I'm just going to bring this one here. Webhook URL, just put this so you can see so Coolify webhook. So then webhook, generate a random string, save this for later. Okay, I'm just going to go here back to Coolify here, then just going to say callback Was this the callback? This I don't know if this one is required. Get full direct after users authorize an application, because the one that he was asking was the webhook URL. Let me see. Webhook URL is what we just actually have to put this here. Okay, so this has to be admin dot. Okay. Okay, then secret. So here we have to generate, and said we keep this for later. We can't just run a terminal here to generate a good secret. I'm just going to go here and say clear, and I can run, I think, open SSL like this, rand minus 32 or 64, so you can just say 32. Like base 64. I don't know, like I always just like forget this command. Okay, let me just go like here and say open SSL, open SSL rand like 32 base 64. I think it's supposed to be something like that. Yeah, it is open SSL rand minus, I don't know why I always just like get this open SSL rand minus base 64, so it is just supposed to be minus base 64. So this is the format, and then 32, just like this. So this gets us a string like this. Okay, Control C, and I'm just going to go ahead and add this in here as our secret. And then SSL verification, by default we verify. I think repository permissions, subscribe to events. So based on the permission you have selected, what events would you like to subscribe to? A GitHub installation target is named. Where can this GitHub app be installed? On this account. Okay. Do we need to put on this? I don't know what this will, if we just need to add other things. So post installation, this is optional. I can see like this expires authorization tokens during installation. These ones are not supposed to be checked. There is also this homepage. I don't know if this identifying and authorizing users, add callback URL. There is this one. I'm not sure if this is required because he is not even talking about it. Step 2, permissions. So set these permissions for the GitHub repositories, permissions, subscribe to events, push pull, get the required information. So I don't know, repository permissions, because if you just do this, then this, there is this part. I'm just going to ask about this part here. Do I need to fill in this part? Copy. On creating GitHub app, do I need to fill in this? Okay, so going back here, I just want to see where we have the webhook, active, secret, SSL. Okay, the permissions. So there is repository permissions. So we click on this. Checks, code bases, commits. I think this is where I'm supposed to add the things. There are so many. Okay, so this is where we're supposed to look for the things here. So you say here, let me just first go up here. So for this, go to repository permissions. Where do we find repository permissions? They are here, repository permissions. We have actions, so basically contents, read and write, metadata, and the pull requests. I just scroll down slowly. We look at this. So there is commit statuses. I don't know. Can you say read and write, and then contents. So here, read and write. So I think here is where it says that the content, read and write, metadata, and then the pull requests. The commit status, I think we don't need this. No access. Content, custom properties, dependent deployments. So you know this. Environments, issues, merge queues, metadata. So you say this one. This is mandatory. You can see it is already in this. Packages, pages, projects, pull requests. So here, pull requests. Yes, read and write. Repositories, security, advisories, secret single file variables, webhooks, and workflows. So if you just look at what we needed content, metadata, and the pull request. Now, if needed, the pull requests, have not seen them anywhere. There is only issues, and then there is manage repositories, merge queues, issues and rated comments, labels, milestones, then deployment statuses, dependence alerts. So like I think there is commit statuses. Okay, you can just like put this in read and write. Then administration, repository creation, deletion, settings. We don't need those. Okay, issues, manage queues. I think that's the only one we need. Okay, there is pull requests. Actually, we have it here. So the pull requests, we already have it. Okay, I think that's the only thing we needed. And then under here, you can see subscribe to events. So events, push and pull. So that's the ones that we need. Okay, pull request. Push. And I think that's it. Just gave us the two ones, like the push and the pull. Like you want, if someone pushes to the Git or makes a pull request, then it will just go ahead and does this. There is nothing else like going to do anything. Okay, those two ones I'm just going to go ahead and leave at that. Then create GitHub app. So before we finish, let's just go ahead up here where we had this identifying users. I asked it a question here. You say for Coolify GitHub, you typically don't need to fill in the identifying authorization user section. Here is what to do. So callback, leave it empty. Coolify GitHub apps are primarily for repository access and webhooks, not user authentication. You don't need or callback for deployment purposes. So check boxes, leave and I checked expires authentication, and I check not needed. Request authentication, and I check not needed. Enable device, and I check not needed. So what Coolify actually needs is this, the webhook URL only, and that's it. Okay, so here we just uncheck this only. That's it guys. I just want to go ahead and attempt to create now the webhook. I'm just hoping everything is good. They will ask us this secret. Just going to copy it. Okay, I'm just going to scroll down. We have everything, and just create this app. Okay, so we have the app. Registration successful. You must generate private key in order to install your GitHub app. So it says we generate this. We have the client ID here already. Okay, so let's see what next. So if you just go back up here, step 3, get the required information. After creating the GitHub app, you will get the app ID, shows on the app main page. Client ID shows on the app's main page. Client secret, click generate new client secret, then installation ID, webhook secret, private key. So we all have these. So fill in the information, the client ID, client secret. Okay, nice. So go back to in here. We need client ID, client secret, and webhook secret. So if you just go back to this, let's start with the client ID. So this is the client ID. Just going to go ahead, copy this, paste it here. Then we have the client secret. So this one I have to generate it. So here, generate new client secret. And this is our client secret. Just simply copy it and bring it here, client secret. Then we have the webhook secret. So the webhook secret is the one that we actually generated on our own. So here I think it will not be there, the webhook secret. Okay, so let me just go ahead and get our webhook secret. This was the one. It is this one. So I'm just going to go copy this. Okay, copy. Just come here, and this is our webhook secret. Okay, select private. I don't know what this means. Select a private key. Let's go back to in here. So it is saying that the app ID, client ID secret, installation ID, install the app to your repositories, then get this from the installation URL. Okay, the one you created during the step, private, generate and download this information. So fill in the client ID, client secret, they generated from webhook secret, then private key, upload or paste the downloaded private key. So if you look at the private, generate and download this from the app settings. Okay, so here we stop here. There is no any further information as such. Okay, there is no any information as such. So there is why we say install app. What are we supposed to get this? So install app. Okay, all repositories. Okay, so now this has access to this. Did it say that on this page, are we supposed to get anything here? There is no any other information they want from us here. The installation, there is installation ID and the app ID. So let me just go back here. It says that the installation ID, install the app, then get this from the installation URL. So basically this is the installation this one. So just go ahead and add our installation ID here. Okay, then we have app ID. So the app ID, I think it is just on the apps. Let me just duplicate this page here. So if you remember where it told us to get the app ID is client app ID shows on the apps main page. So this is the app ID. So I'm just going to go back here and let's go back to the developer settings. Let's go to developer settings. So we have our app. So this is the app ID. Okay, app ID, just like this. Okay, so it seems everything now is okay. The content, metadata. Is there any other information that is needed? Because this is app ID, client secret, interaction webhook secret, private key. Okay, this generate and download this from the app settings. Do we have anywhere we need to add the private key on this Coolify? Oh, okay. So here is where we have the private key. So select the private key. Like, I don't know why it is saying we select, and when you click on select, it doesn't give us any where to select. I'm just going to go down here. The permissions, where do you have this? It is saying say private key, saying select. I think maybe it will ask us on save. I'm just going to say like if you just go to it says fill in this, fill in the installation ID. So I'm just going to say that on the Coolify form, only given under private key. Under private key, I'm only given two options on drop down, which is like select private key, and another one is localhosts key, and localhosts key. So how do I upload the private key? So for your private feed in Coolify, you need to first add your GitHub apps private key to Coolify's key management system. Here is our step one: generate and download the private key from GitHub. So in your GitHub settings, in your GitHub app settings, scroll down to private keys, click generate, download the PM file. Step 2, then we add. Okay, so I'm just going to go to first GitHub app settings. So where is the, do we need to actually go to other settings? So this is the okay. Do we need to first go like developer and then like you're in developer settings and then you're inside the app, advanced copilot, we have client secret. Okay, this one is saying that we go in your GitHub app settings, scroll down to private keys. GitHub app settings, like because there is no way I'm seeing this GitHub app. There is no way I have like advanced. Let's see. Okay, there is no way I have this. Do we generate this from? Just see here. Is applications. I'm just going to say here I cannot find this. I am not finding this. Where do I find it? You're right, let me be more specific. Say go to GitHub, your profile settings, scroll down to developer settings, click GitHub apps, click on your app name, scroll down to the app settings page. The app settings page, like, it's just trying to mean this our app here actually. Okay, this is what we have on our app. There is where we have the client secret, this homepage, post installation, webhooks, SSL. Oh, down here is where you have private key. So generate a private key. Okay, so it gives us that. Download it. Okay, nice. So after the download, which we now have, so make sure if you still don't do it, then blah blah. Saying then okay, I'm just going to go now to this where we have downloaded this. So after downloading this file, step to add private key. In your Coolify dashboard, go to keys and tokens in the left sidebar. Let's first leave this. Let's go back here. In the sidebar, keys and tokens. Okay, nice. So do we need to add a new key? So in your Coolify keys and tokens, add new. Just also actually just going to give it this. Okay, just go ahead and click on add new. The name like this, just going to say this is from GitHub app, and then this and just first minimize this. Then the private key begins pen SSH blah blah generate. Okay, do we need to upload this here? You can say action required, copy the public key to okay, let me just go back here, paste the entire content of in your the entire content if you download file you downloaded, save it. Okay. So I'm just going to go ahead and let's look at the content of this. Okay, just going to open with maybe edit in the note. So just copy everything, Ctrl C, and let's go back this side. In your Coolify, just paste everything here, and that's it. Continue. I'm not sure if you're supposed to do anything else here. We give it a name and just simply continue. Okay, so we just put private key now, which is this. So I think it's saved. You don't need to save it again. So now if we just go back this side, so it is saying now save it. Now select the key in the GitHub. So go to the configuration Coolify, then in the private, just you should now see your newly added key. Select it from the drop down. So if you don't see, okay, you could also use this in this. Let me just go back to our form here. So I think here is where we have the select a private key. I'm just going to leave it like this. I think with that we are done. Just going to go ahead and click save. The private key field is required. So I think all this information I have to lose it, because now this has to reload, because it needs to come like in this drop down here. This is too bad, guys. This is too bad. I have to go ahead and look for all these again. Really? Okay, let me just at least copy one thing maybe to start with. Let me just copy the client here. Maybe or the installation ID list. Copy this. So I have to go ahead and refresh this form. And now when you just come here, we just have this. Just going to add the installation. That's the only one that we have. So we have to go ahead and start again getting all these. Okay, don't have to get tired. I'm just going to go to get the app ID one more time. So this is the app ID. Copy this. Okay, we have the installation. So I have to go get the client ID. So you can just go get the client ID, just like that. Then you have to get the client secret. So this is the client secret. So we cannot now copy this. I just have to go ahead and generate a new one. And I'm just going to simply copy this. We can't delete the other one. So just going to go ahead and add it here. Then we have the webhook secret. So that one we have it on our terminal. So this is the one. Okay, just like this. And I think that's it. We have added the private keys and everything. I think for the port, the user, and everything, we're just going to leave it like that for now, and just going to click on save. Okay, GitHub app updated. Okay, so I don't know if this has will work or not, but I think we are done with this. So go back to the projects. We have this. So we can now add resources. Let's go back this side in our this documentation. So after you have added this and register, so this Coolify access, install on your account, grant access. So to deploy, go back to Coolify, add resource. Now select private repository with GitHub, choose your GitHub. So now if we go back in here, on our projects, we choose our project, add resource, and then we click on add this. Select the GitHub user. This was our GitHub user. So this one now should just go ahead and help us. Let's see. In here, it is saying private add resource, select private repositories, choose your GitHub app. Okay, may take a moment to repository and select your Next.js repository. Okay. Okay, so now we see that we now load repository. Sorry. Okay, so which repository are we talking about? So like here, so here I just want to go ahead and select the repository towards idea manager. So this is the one, idea manager, like this, and then you can load the repository. So select the repository here. If you just go here, you can see it actually worked. So choose the GitHub app, then select your Next.js repository. So the configuration, you can see here the branch, this default port and everything. So if I just go here, so you can see here configuration main, port, next pack, and then I think we click on continue. So here, okay, application settings, name your app, the domain. So you can just like put our domain, click, then add environment. So you have to click on continue here to add in more things. Okay, nice. So you can see we have the name here, the description. I don't know if we need to leave it like this, the name. I think you're supposed to put your own name. So your app name, I'm just going to call this idea manager pro. Maybe just going to call it idea pro. So for now, I'm just going to say idea pro. Okay, idea pro, description, idea manager, leave everything. And now for the domains, we just need to put our domain. As you can see here, domain, we just need to put like this. So this is where we have, for example, the admin. I'm just going to copy on this. So I just want this one to point to HTTPS instead of admin. I just want to say idea pro, just like this, ideapro.jbwebdeveloper.com. Then direct allow, and this, I think that one, everything is okay. Now we have the build commands. I think we need to add our build commands because we saw this having issues. So if you just continue here, build command uses packages the session script by default. So whatever is in the package.json, if you just go in our project and you go to script, it will use this. So I'm just going to actually add the build command that we added on Next.js. So here, if you just go here and you go to settings, then you have the build and deployments. So this is our build command. I just want to add this. Other things I might just leave them, but the build command has to be that. So where we have this build command, there is install and the build command. I don't know. I just need to add in the build command, really. And then the start command, the build command, the install command. I'm not going to add that. We'll detect the requirement configuration automatically, framework specifics docs. So you can see even have here the this. So if you have a Next.js application, so you can see like enable is static site, blah blah. Okay, I don't know. For this, I'm just going to simply leave everything like on this, leave everything like that. The port, I think we leave the port, we leave on port 3000 and everything. Then yeah, and I think that's it. Then we just go ahead and deploy. There is save here, the configuration, before we click on deploy. So application settings are here, and then now we can just go ahead and click on deploy, I think. So after I've done this, click save, click on deploy button, and then we can just go ahead and see what is going to happen, guys. So just going to click and deploy. This takes us to the deploy environment. We start like seeing the logs of what is going to actually happen with this. So we can now just look actually like the deployment in action. So you can start deploying all this, preparing container, image not found. Okay, so here generating Nixpack, source ID upload. So you can say Coolify URL, it said it here, and then just we did not add environmental variables. Oh no. Where are we supposed to add the environmental variables? I think we're just going to see where to add the environmental variables. I don't think here we just have this build command, or there is even add environmental variables if needed. We did not see this. Okay, we did not see this in the application settings. I think we'll just go back and add them after the deployment. Let's give it some time. This would might take in some good time, so let's just wait. Okay, I'm just going to go ahead and pause, and then I'll be back when it is done. Okay, so to interrupt, it is still doing the deployment. You can just click on if you're not seeing these logs, you need to go ahead and click on this show debug logs, and you just go and start looking at this. Now if you just like that, go down, you just see that it is going to ask for it is asking for these environmental variables. If you just scroll down, where we have this, the Docker starting to put in, you can see here that it is now running generated Prisma client, because we added our own stuff, which is nice. And then it is here, completed successfully, linting, generating pages, nice. So you can see it actually went and built. So the Docker image completed, rolling the updates. error response from no such container. So like we're still having this gracefully shutting down build command. I don't know now what's like, did it finish or? Okay, so it says like deployment finished running here. Okay, redeploy. So it seems like I don't know if just like everything like finished, because I can see that yeah, deployment is finished. So you can see here deployment is finished. I can hide these the logs. So I don't know what next. I'm just going to see if we can now go and see our app, because we haven't added actually the environmental variables. So what I'm just going to do is go to this settings, and you can see, by the way, the link was generated. So if I just go to this, okay, this is our link and settings. So you just need to first go and put in environmental variables. So I just need to go ahead and add. So you can see no environmental variables found. We just need to go ahead and add. So I'm just going to say developer view. Yes, so this is good, where we can paste all the environmental variables. So we can just simply go ahead to our, to our Vercel, where we have the environmental variables here, or you can just go ahead and copy the ones that you have. Let me just go to here, environmental variables. Okay, so we have like next public, blah blah, all these ones. So I'm just going to go ahead to our project, go.env, and we can just say copy all these. Okay, now for the GitHub app, we leave it because just going to copy all these. For the GitHub app, you cannot put two GitHub. I don't want to go ahead and create another GitHub or auth, but I'm just going to go back here and then paste these environmental variables, all of them. So just need to change some of these ones, like for example the beta auth URL. Okay, so this app is going to be on ideapro.jb.something. So I'm just going to go to where you have idea pro. So you say ideapro.jb web jbwebdeveloper.com, like this. So this is going to be it, and you can see it is actually loading already. This is so good. Oh my god. So this is good. I'm just going to copy this, and I'm just going to go back to our settings in here. So here I'm just going to go ahead and add this in here, paste it here. You can just remove these comments. Okay, remove even this next public API URL. So you can see even this one takes in that. So I'm just going to add this, and then we have the GitHub. So these ones we can just simply leave them, but they will not be working. The Google client and Google ID, these ones are okay. Now we need to add this to our Google. So I will just simply copy this link we have. I will just go to our Google client. Where we got this Google client, we need to go ahead and register this domain and redeploy. So I'm just going to go ahead and save environmental variables. Click save, and I don't know if this triggers a redeployment. So if you just go to deployments, so we need to go ahead and trigger another one. The latest configuration has not been applied, so you say please restart or redeploy to apply this. So I'm just going to go ahead and either redeploy. So this is going to say deployment is queued. So meanwhile it's just doing this, I'm just going to look for where I have my Google console. So I'm just going to look for the Google Cloud Console. I will look for my app, Idea Pro. You can see it here. Go to this, and you can just go to API and services and credentials here. I have to add this also in that. So I'm just going to click on this web client. So you can see here we have the two links. This is the one of Vercel. Now we have to add ours, this, and also we have to add it in here. So you have to go ahead and copy up, and then you have to add this here, API auth callback. So just go ahead and save. Okay, nice. So you're just going to wait for this deployment to go ahead and do its thing. Then I will just continue when this deployment is finished. Okay, so you can see deployment is finished, and that means that now we can just go back to this production, and now we can just go ahead and test our application. Okay, I'm just going to go here. This is the Idea Pro .jbwebdeveloper.com. Now I just need to go ahead and log in, of course, with Google. Come on, I just need to see that this actually works. And yep, oh my god, this is so good. I cannot imagine we went ahead and deployed this, and just going to go ahead and create a category, and just going to call this one test, create, and it is working, guys. It is working. I can just come here and just go and say congratulations. Oh my god, I like this. This is so good, guys. So basically we have this. We are not yet done, by the way. So after you have deployed and everything works, so you can just go ahead, visit your URL if you see security warning like this, but we have everything done. Now make a change to your repository. Yes, this is what we want to confirm that this is working. So I just want to just say, I'm just going to say ideapro maybe .com or something. So we have this Idea Pro. I'm just going to go ahead and add something to the app. Okay, I need to add something to the app to understand this, that the deployment is going to be triggered by itself. So I'm just going to say here, go back to the app. I'm just going to go to anywhere in the app, and I just want to simply make some changes. I just want to go, for example, let me just first log out. Just need to change something. So we have this logo here. Okay, we have this logo. Sign in to Idea Pro. Welcome back. Sign in to continue. Everything here looks good. I just need to change maybe something on the logo, because that is the easy way we can see this. So let's just go to home, and then this layout. So you can see we have the home layout. Just go to the home layout and see what's going on in the home layout. This here. I'm just going to go to the home layout. I think this is where we have our logo, something. Okay, here maybe it is in this layout. So I'm just going to go back up here in this normal layout. And in this normal layout, we don't basically have anything. Anything is in this home layout. Okay. I just want to know where the header is. Okay. Categories. category search, category form, category skeleton. Okay, is this the home? Let's look for the root layout. There is this root layout. Okay, it's the one which is having the nav bar here. I'm just going to go, yes, so we have this idea pro. So I'm just going to say idea manager. So we have idea pro. Okay, I'm just going to say idea pro. Okay, just going to simply say that let's add a dash in this idea pro. Is simple change. Just going to say here, make sure that we're in the app. Just going to say git add and git commit, updated the logo, and git push. Okay, so this should now trigger our webhook, and the webhook should trigger the deployment. So I'm just going to go back to our Coolify where we have our app. I'm just going to close some of these things here, and let me show this. So you just do one here. It's going to go to our application. Let's go to deployments. Let's just go to deployments, and the deployment is not yet, because this is the first one, this is the second one. I just want to go back to GitHub. Let me just go to my GitHub like this. So if you just go back here to repositories, you see that I have this idea manager. I've updated 1 minute. Okay, the problem now is that we have one single repository that is having all connected to, so because now it has updated this one. Because even all these deployments, I don't know if that one affects, because I already have this connected to Vercel. Does that one disturb the triggering of this? Include homepage, description. I don't know what that one means. Because the git push, we added that to be able to trigger, but the trigger, I don't think it actually happened. If you just go back to the configuration, everything looks to be really good. The repository, but the repository was really connected very well. I don't know for sure. If you look at this deploy webhook, it has admin. I don't know if this is you are using an official Git. You do not need manual webhooks. So the deploy webhook auth is required. So I don't know what this is right now. If you just go to git source, we have this currently connected source is this GitHub app, And we looked at this change git no other source found, git main idea manager, main branch, open repository. If I just wanted this, I can just go ahead and even open it, and then open commits on git. So if I just open the git, the commit here, and you can see, by the way, it is even seeing the commit history, like the updated the logo. It is seeing here. Okay, now even here you can see it gives me the right place of this, so that would be not having any problem. Okay, let's confirm that this maybe has come. Never know. I'm just going to go close some of these things here, close this. I'm here. I'm just going to go ahead and do this. So you can see like there is no any deployment that has happened. The one on Vercel, I'm very sure the one on Vercel must have gotten that. So if you just check here, you can even see that this has the preview, because the deployment actually went ahead and happened. So I don't know if that is the problem. If you have to, because they are all having connected the same, I'm not sure why that didn't happen for sure. Test auto deployment, make a change to a repository, push to GitHub. Coolify should automatically trigger a new deployment via a webhook. Now check deployments tab to see webhook initiated deployments. Click automatically. Coolify automatically trigger a new deployment via a webhook. So I'm just going to go to everything is connected very well, but something is not right, because if you just go to deployments, there is no any, you can see this is manual, like there is no any that is actually done by like there is no any that is done by you know. So for that, I'm just going to ask ChatGPT to see how we are going to configure that. You have to have this auto deployment. So I'm just going to go here on the webhooks. So you can see deploy webhook auth required. Like, I don't know what this means, but you can see like this is our API v1 deploy UUID. This false is equal false. I'm not sure now. I'm just going to copy this and ask. So I'm just going to select here the configuration. Okay, I'm just going to copy this. I'm just going back here, and I'm just going to say everything worked nicely. Everything worked nicely. Okay, the problem is that when I made changes, the webhook did not trigger the deployment. Okay, did not trigger the deployment, and so I don't know where to see like if it can just give us anything. So great, you got the GitHub app setup. The webhook on trigger deployment is common issue. Let's troubleshoot this. Check the webhook deliveries on GitHub. Go to your GitHub repository, settings, webhook, like settings, webhooks, or if using GitHub app, settings, GitHub apps, your app, advanced, recent deliveries. Okay, so you're just going to go to my GitHub. We are on the GitHub. says on the advanced recent deliveries. Just have these the recent deliveries. Does it mean that we need to create a specific I'm just going to do this, give it the deliveries, and I will also tell you that so it says here setting this and deliveries. Look for recent webhook attempts and their codes. Success, this. Check what events are subscribed. If your GitHub app setting, make sure that you subscribe to the push events, most important, and pull request if needed. Verify your webhook URL. The webhook should be this. Make sure it's accessible. Test. Okay, you can do this to test it. So I'm just going to say that you should note that that the same repo is connected to my Vercel account. Okay, does this affect because for the Vercel the deployment was triggered. Okay, now these are like I don't know if that is like I'm just going to see. Let's first see here if the red warning triangle on all your webhook delivery indicate that the webhooks are failing to reach Coolify. The fact that Vercel deployments work fine confirms that your GitHub webhooks are working correctly. The issue is that specifically with Coolify's webhook endpoint, so the Coolify webhook URL this is not accessible or responding properly. So we could just run the car, check if Coolify is actually running. So another thing I'm just going to say that the actual Coolify, I'm just going to say here on the Coolify, I can just close this actually. I don't know if this webhooks is supposed to mean anything here on the Coolify. Let me just say under configurations for we can just like test this where it has this ping. I think this one should be okay. Like if we just go here, okay, just say admin dot and let's say car. Next installation failed. The token supplied to the function is invalid. That is something. Let me just first take this. In Coolify under the project configuration, let's say in Coolify and project configuration, it has this web hook. Does this matter? And then I'm just also going to give you say yes, this matters lost. There is a mismatch between your webhook URLs. The issue is GitHub app web hook URL is this. Coolify project web URL is this. These these are different URLs, which explains why your deployment. And the solution, you have two options. Option one, use the GitHub app recommended. Keep your GitHub app set up and make sure it is properly configured. The GitHub app should automatically handle deployments without needing manual webhook URL. Option two, you use manual webhooks. If you want to use the manual webhook approach, in your GitHub repository, if not the GitHub app, go to settings, webhook, add this deploy set connect application, then so remove or disable GitHub app to avoid conflict. So I don't want that. Recommended approach, I would suggest sticking to the GitHub app since you have already set it up. The issue might be that Coolify webhook endpoint isn't responding properly. So could you try accessing this directly? They say if it returns a 44 doesn't respond, that's why GitHub is failing. So if you just go and does this like a GET request? So this doesn't respond, and when we run the car command, when I did this car, okay, of course this is supposed to be admin. Remember that it's supposed to be admin dot. Okay, still just gives you this one. So I'm just going to say that remember that I added Coolify at the admin subdomain. So when I run car, okay, so this is what I get. Okay, so that's the issue. You have Coolify running on the admin subdomain, but your GitHub app is pointing to the main domain. That's not the problem. Actually, the problem is, so GitHub app webhook URL, actual Coolify is this here. So the solution is go to this, update the webhook URL to https admin.this 800 webhooks GitHub events. Now test the correct endpoint car. If you still get the SSL error like the sec invalid token, try car this. The K flag ignores the SSL certificate. Or you could just say alternatively test without SSL. Let me just go ahead and run again this car. So next, okay, we can just run it without this. Okay, so it just returns this now. 3 found. I'm just going to copy this, and this is what it returned. Okay, perfect. The response shows that the Coolify is running inaccessible, but the webhook endpoint is redirecting to the login page. Okay, this means that Coolify webhook endpoint requires authentication, but GitHub webhook can't authenticate. So the solution is update your GitHub app web URL. You need to update your GitHub app to use correct webhook endpoint that doesn't require authentication. So just going to go to our settings, GitHub app, change this to change it to this. Alternatively, save changes. Alternatively, check if HTTP works. So if you test this, if that works without redirecting, then you could just use that. So if you just say here, alternatively check if HTTP works. So if we try to check this, that one doesn't work. So here it is saying that you could just go ahead and use this. I'm just going to go back to the here in the settings, general settings here, to where we have this webhook URL. It is here. So you say events will post to this URL. You can just like look at the documentation also, I think, for the webhooks. Okay, let me just simply update. I think we just only removed this this, and let's go ahead and save changes. There is a current secret configured for this webhook. If you lost or forgotten the secret, you can change it. Okay. I'm just also going to go ahead and still make changes, like more changes. I'm just going to update it. I'm just going to go here and do this. Okay. The only thing we just need is to see if that can trigger anything on Coolify. Like go to deployments. Still we don't have any trigger. Okay. I need to first pause this and then I'll be back. So finally, I have fixed it. You can see we are on IdeaPro.jb web developer here, and it is working. Okay, so let me just go through what I've done. So first of all, I want to reflect on the other issue that we got first of adding a GitHub app. So I went ahead and joined, I joined here. I went to the documentation for the support. So I just went to support and I end up actually entering their Discord server, which is always good when you're using a service like these ones. It is good you go to their Discord, their Discord server. You can see they recommend you to add in the Discord. So I went in the Discord, and as soon as I reached in the Discord, I see this error. Okay, I see this error here, and now you can see here this was yesterday. Actually, someone posted about this September 15th. Today is September 16th. So on yesterday still you can see people talking about it, and there is no solution. And Andreas, I think, is the founder of Coolify. So he talks about it. It's just like investigating yesterday, and people are still discussing about it up to today. So this is a very recent issue right now, and he hasn't woken up to work on it. But I think the only thing that they work around is to manually create the app. So like here how we did for us, we just went to our Coolify. So you can see this one actually done. I'm just like going to take you, but just like is to create the GitHub app manually. Maybe let me just comment here. I had the same issue, but I created the GitHub app manually instead of creating it automatically, and it worked. Okay, so just to help those ones who are there, I think also in the future add the video after deploying this video. But let's go back to what I did to make sure that the updates are working. So let's start with the GitHub. So the changes that I made on the GitHub app, let's go back here and let's go step by step. So the changes I did here is, you can see we have our GitHub app name. So the first thing is, you can see the homepage URL. So in the homepage URL, I've removed the 8000. We're putting https admin.jb.webdeveloper.com, and here we're just putting then 8000. So I removed the 8000. The second thing, I did a lot of things. The second thing I did, I don't know which one is the best, but you can see here I have the admin.jb webhooks source GitHub install. This is on the callbacks. Okay, I added this. I got it from a lot of searches and blah blah. I added this. Now I cannot tell if this is the problem or not, but I added this. Then lastly, on the webhook, down here where we have the webhook URL, so you can see also in the webhook I have https admin.jb. I don't have the 8000, guys. So here I removed the 8000. So those are the changes that I made this side in the Coolify admin app. Here, those are the changes I made. Going this side on the app itself, let's start with the things I did. I first went to the servers, go to the localhost, and you see we have this the proxy. So I went ahead, first of all I restarted the proxy. So I started this proxy. Okay, so this is for the SSL certificate. So just go ahead and click on restart proxy. After doing that, I just went, if you click on the proxy itself here, you can see they're saying that configuration out of sync. Restart the proxy to apply the new changes. So there's a change I just added in this here. I don't know if this will make it not work. I think I should just first remove it. The one I added this one. Let me see if now that is in sync. Save. Yeah, so right now it is in sync. So this side I just simply only restarted. You first wait to add this setting I've just removed. I just simply restarted the proxy, just only that. Okay, I restarted the proxy, and I think those are the changes that I made. Those are the only changes that I made. If you just go back to the application, those are the changes. There is no any other change that I actually made. Okay, so if you just go to the deployments, you can see that this was triggered by the webhook. So just go ahead and add another one. Now we're just going to go ahead and remove this. Okay, I'm just going to go back to the terminal. And I'm just going to go ahead and say that this one, updated logo v2, like this. Okay, this goes, and then this should just like go here, and you can see that it is in progress. Oh my god, this is really nice. So it triggered the in progress, and this is really nice. Okay, so I think we just update these ones when it comes to that. Or some people just going to be, if they fix the creating of automatic, because the other one we really did a lot of manual setup that we did. Okay, we did a lot of the manual setup that we did in creating our own app here, in creating our own app in this in here. Okay, this was really a hassle to do this. Okay, but finally it worked and we have everything done. Now just going to go back here, creating firewalls. So you can see make changes to the repository. Coolify should automatically trigger new deployment. Check the deployment, see the webhook initiation. So this is good. Now 5 is the firewall. So create a firewall rules. Currently Coolify is accessible via both the domain and this. So you can still also go to this our domain, which was one something, I don't know. Let's just look at our, if I just go back here, you can just see we still have this SSH this here. So if you just go to this, okay, if you just simply say HTTP like this, and yeah, so you just go to this one, you can see that this is still accessing our dashboard. So we want to disable this. We don't want to be able to see this. We don't want this. So to do that, we're just going for this here. So go to and this one is actually the firewalls, you do them from your this side. You can see this is access your Hetzner firewall, and just create a firewall, and then you put the rules like this. I'm just going to go to back to this side of the DigitalOcean, and let's go down to where we have so we have here this access, power, volumes, networking, okay, private network. There is firewalls. Okay, so you can see under networking there is firewalls. So no firewalls applied to this droplet, so just say edit, and we can just go ahead and create a firewall. Let's give it a name. I'm just going to call it Coolify fire. Can only contain okay, just going to call it Coolify, just like this. So now we have to add these things, the these ones. Rule 1, protocol TCP port 22 SSH access. So let's just see here. I'm just going to bring this nearby here. So you can see SSH TCP 222, and just saying IP4, like this is the first one that is there. I think this one is okay. Rule number 2, put TCP port 80. So just go here, create another rule. This is what? The second rule is TCP, okay, port 80. So just go here and just go and say TCP okay, the protocol is here, the type, because let's see here, HTTP. So here this is SSH, this is HTTP. So just come here and they say HTTP port 80, and this is actually adding, and then HTTPS port 443. I think you can see like these are done. Then outbound loads, leave default, allow all outbound loads. This is inbound. Let's see, inbound rules, and then there is outbound. So I think the inbound rules are okay, these ones. Now outbound rules, it is saying that C rules, it is having these ones. I think we should just leave them the way they are, because it's saying here leave default, allow all outbound. Okay, then apply, name the firewall, apply, click create a firewall. So just come here, search droplets to apply your firewalls to such a droplet. So like here just like in networking firewalls, I'm just going to say JB. Yeah, so here you can see I've selected apply to droplets, and I've just selected my JB remote server and then create firewall. Okay, so the firewall has been created. Now if we just go ahead and try to access using where is it? Now we should not be able to access Coolify from this. Should be the only one to access Coolify, right? So now let's just go ahead and try to access our port. Let's just say HTTP. Let me just go ahead and get this DigitalOcean here. I'm just going to go back to where? Let's go back to droplets. I will just go, this is our IP address, and I'm just going to go ahead and try to add this. So if you just try to go to the admin, so like or any point here, like access there. So this should not accept access. Is going to keep on doing this, and it will not access try to access our firewalls. Okay, which is really nice. No, we can just access now anything here. Okay, we cannot access it. You can see it has failed, which means that the firewalls are working. And finally, so that's the last step, additional features. We have already seen how to add environmental variables, and now of course if you wanted to add a new resource like a database, you can just go ahead and get a database and add it from your instance. These ones, of course, SS certificate, we have already seen this one. You can restart the proxy, and I think everything right now, it is really nice, guys. So thank you so much for watching this. So much that everything worked as planned eventually. Like, this is really good. Okay, this is really good. Thank you so much. I will see you in the next one.